1261 Another piece of memory Mars colony. Near Mine 071. Near the long-abandoned mine, there were a few new tire marks. 2 armored vehicles and a reinforced engineering vehicle were parked by the sand dunes about 100 meters away from the mine. The overturned rover was not far away, and traces of the devil worm's bite marks were still visible on the chassis. Jiang Chen looked out the window, then pressed a button on his helmet and got in touch with the coordinator on the expedition. "We have reached the target area, requesting airstrike support. This is the expedition, the airstrike request has been approved, please place the airstrike beacon within 30 seconds. Roger that." Soon, the top cover of an armored vehicle popped open, and a soldier leaned out half of his body, took a flare gun, and pulled the trigger at the dune on the other side. The red beacon plunged into the sand dunes and transmitted coordinates to the missile that was falling from the synchronous orbit. Soon, a black spot that dragged a long flaming tail gradually appeared in the sky. Before the black spot became clear, the soldier got back into the vehicle and closed the top cover with force. Boom! The tremor was sent up from the ground into the vehicle. The howling gravel blew the sands hundreds of meters away and covered the entire convey with a thick layer of sand. Soon, from deep underground, there was another muffled noise. The bursting flame engulfed all the tunnels inside and completely flushed out the area. The convoy continued to move forward for about 10 meters. The engineering vehicle stopped first. The staff inside operated the robotic arm, took out a 4-meter-long pyramid, and placed it on the sand. The 2 armored vehicles surrounded it while the electromagnetic pulse cannon on top carefully watched the surrounding for possible threats. Their task today was very simple. There was a total of 4 pyramids that must be pushed into the ground, then their mission would be completed. "Are you sure this thing is really useful?" Inside the vehicle, Jiang Chen looked through the sight glass and watched the mechanical arm slowly push the pyramid into the ground inch by inch, as he couldn't be convinced by the usefulness of this action. "It is useful in theory." Wang Chang, who sat across from the Marine Corps captain, looked at the tablet in his hand, and while he browsed the manual data on the screen, he casually responded, "They are like bats at night, and all we have to do is get a few high-decibel speakers, bury them into the ground, and make noise into the ground 10 kilometers below without interruption for 24 hours. If I am those bugs, I will definitely not want to stay here." Celestial City Research Institute explained that the latest task of the frontline researchers was to find this frequency through trial and error. These pyramids were originally used to survey and map the geological information of the mantle circle. After several researchers' modification, they turned into a seismic wave transmitter used to make noise at different frequencies. The nuclear fusion battery built into the pyramid could work till next year. The next step was to throw a life signal detector into the mine to detect the devil worms nearby. Therefore, they could detect the frequency of noise those bugs responded most violently to. In addition, in order to prevent the bugs from destroying them, the construction vehicle also had to reinforce a few steel bars. "It's that simple," the Marine Corps soldier next to Jiang Chen asked with clear uncertainty in his tone. He was a newcomer named Koenig, an immigrant from Italy, with the rank of corporal. He served as a commando in the team and replaced the wounded Sergeant Miller. When they were on the expedition, they used the training program in the Phantom helmet to simulate combat with the devil worms. In the simulation training, they were taught that any contact with the ground was fatal. "It's that simple." Wang Chang replied without much change in his emotion while his fingers quickly clicked on the tablet. He then looked at Jiang Chen, "Can I trouble you to move closer to there? There may be solar wind outside, my signal is terrible." "No problem." Zhang Hai pressed on his helmet and ordered the soldier driving, and soon the armored vehicle drove next to the engineering vehicle. The 4-meter-long pyramid had been completely submerged in the sand, and only a platform less than a foot high was visible on the surface. In order to prevent this thing from being completely buried under the sand, the engineering vehicle also inserted a Xian flag on top of the platform as a marking, "Are you done?" When Zhang Hai saw the robotic arm that started to retract, he asked Wang Chang. "One is not enough, we need about 4, Wang Chang set the parameters on the tablet, and then pressed the start button. "We need to enclose the mine into a square, and then emit shock waves at the same time. We will use it collect the data. This thing is really that useful? Are you sure? I don't feel any change at all." Koenig doubted his remark. "Because it emits ultrasonic waves, and because you are standing on top of the shock wave, the impact you'll feel is at most your heart rate becoming half a beat faster." Wang Chang pursed his lips, then he put away the tablet. "If you stand directly under it, you will feel what is worse than death. At the first underground floor of future building." After Jiang Chen walked out of the elevator, he followed Dr. Amos and they made their way to the lab. "After you were in a coma that day, I lost the connection with the drone. At first, I thought the drone was broken, but then I thought about it, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. If the memory of Gaia civilization used our drone as a springboard to communicate with you, there is no reason it would destroy the drone." "So?" Jiang Chen asked. "So, I wonder if the Gaia civilization made a small modification to the communication frequency of our drone's communication chip through some special means. After all, our research on Klein particles is only at its infancy, but their technology was quite mature. If you want to plug the USB into a computer before 1994, you have to make a conversion interface or simply upgrade the hardware." Dr. Amos took out his ID card from his pocket, swiped it on the door and welcomed Jiang Chen in. "Sure enough, after more than a month, I found the frequency. Honestly, I was so close to giving up." Dr. Amos walked up to the computer, tapped a few times on the touchpad, opened the holographic screen, and showed a PowerPoint presentation to Jiang Chen. "This is?" Jiang Chen asked with a slight frown. "Another piece of memory, but what I found is somewhat different from the one you encountered." Amos shrugged. "It's very short. If you saw is a history of that world, then this is just a diary. Or memoir. After reading it, I made a slideshow based off of my memory." "A diary?" Jiang Chen looked at the image on the holographic screen and asked, "Whose diary?" "The last Gaia." After a pause, Amos continued, "The one who died in that ruin. My neighbor left. He left the key to me before he left. Now I'm the last Gaia to guard the tomb of our civilization. When I die, our civilization will officially end. There is still a flower of memory in my hand, and it has only a trace of energy left, but I think I may be able to leave something for myself. Perhaps the latecomers will be confused as to why we went from prosperity to extinction. I have thought about this question countless times, until I took this last flower of memory in my hand, I finally understood the problem. It is not disaster, but despair, that destroyed our civilization. When the apocalypse arrived, hundreds of millions of our people died in front of us. Some died from the disaster itself, but more died from our vulnerability to disasters. We have considered thousands of possibilities, including immigration to the still infant Earth and flying to further galaxies to continue our civilization. I believe that we can survive on the unknown land, but in the end, we chose to leave a tombstone that still contained our last dignity. Very unexpectedly, I felt somewhat liberated to have such an ending. Maybe I have some regrets as I can't smell the wonderful fragrance anymore, nor can I sense the intoxicating spiritual rhythm anymore. But this is just a regret for my remaining 3,000 Mars days, not for our civilization itself. There is no regret for our civilization. Maybe this ending is not so bad after all. In the last moment, we chose the most democratic way of voting to decide our own destiny. It was probably the fairest vote we have ever had. The result was a unanimous agreement. Everyone chose to stay. We placed the key on the spacecraft and watched it go. Ironically, we obviously never placed hope in the cold starry sky. But at this moment, we imagined that one day there will be another spirit, or soul, to write our story in another language. Like a poem. Jiang Chen made an evaluation after reading through the memory. The popular narrative method of Gaia civilization was not in the form of words, but to communicate directly through the spirit. I believe that you have experienced that feeling. The feeling is not easy to describe with words. I just wrote it down based on my memory. Amos shrugged. But the most critical part is not the beginning, but the ruins he mentioned about. About the ruins? Jiang Chen frowned slightly and looked at Amos. Why? Their ruins are divided into 3 parts, part of which is the living area, which is the part you had seen. The second part is the database, which can be opened by the key, and the data inside is stored in a kind of flower called flower of memory. After Amos said that, he had a rare look of eagerness. If I didn't guess wrong, that should be the thing we encountered. It can connect directly with the spirit of a person, and then directly input the knowledge stored in it into a person's brain. God. I dare to say that if this is unearthed, scientists all over the world will go mad. Transfer knowledge directly through the spirit, or neural connection. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a moment of shock. It works like this. It was not like he did not see anything similar. For example, the virtual reality learning system readily available in the apocalypse could also achieve rapid literacy. However, the mechanism of this system was only to extend the time in the virtual reality system to allow the user to experience a deep sleep state of 2 hours or more in a real time of 1 hour. In the deep sleep state, people's knowledge acceptance would accelerate while the load on the brain would be reduced to a minimum. However, a premise still existed for this particular learning method, that was, people must spend the energy to learn. According to Dr. Amos's description, the flower of memory could completely abandon the learning process. Rather, it could teach through empowerment. It would be similar to the idea described in martial arts or Xuanhuan novels in The Passing of Power. You're too weak. No worries, let me give you tens of thousands of years of cultivation. You mean, that flower of memory can turn an idiot into a scientist? That is too much of an exaggeration. Even if ordinary people possessed the memories, it would be useless if they can't digest them. However, if you let a scholar with a certain foundation, or at least someone with scientific thinking, touch the flower of memory, he or she undoubtedly will become the most knowledgeable person in the world. Because that person will inherit the knowledge of a higher civilization. Even if it's only a part of it. Amos gazed directly at Jiang Chen and his eyes bloomed with enthusiasm. So, I'm confident to say that, this, once unearthed, will make scientists around the world go mad. No physical object could withstand more than 3 billion years of time, perhaps hadron materials could, but only one existed after all. Therefore, the Gaia civilization chose to store all the memories of its own civilization in the flower of memory. It doesn't possess any physical existence, but rather used the spirit of an organism as a vessel. But Jiang Chen grew more confused. So, what is the flower of memory? Why can it exist for more than 3 billion years? Perhaps this question can only be answered and the ruins are uncovered. Jiang Chen returned from his thoughts and exchanged eye contact with the zealous Amos. Then, he suddenly realized something and smiled. Don't worry, after the ruins are unearthed, I'll definitely reserve one for you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He patted Amos' shoulder and responded to his hope and fanaticism. Amos looked gratefully at Jiang Chen. Thank you, I really don't know how to thank you. Don't thank me, your contribution to future group is worthy of this reward, Jiang Chen said. Judging from the description of the flower of memory of the Gaia civilization, there must be more than one. After all, the legacy of civilization could not be simply inherited by one person, not to mention that a person's brain could only hold so many things. After all, it was a technology from a civilization that dug through the core of a planet and its advanced nature should not be doubted. While not all technologies could be beneficial to human, even the tip of the iceberg would be enough to allow a little-known scientist stand at the top of the field. Therefore, it should not benefit any outsiders. Jiang Chen simply did not intend to disclose this at all. As a distinguished researcher of future group, a part of the flower of memory should be his. Right, you said that the ruins are divided into 3 parts, what is the third part? Jiang Chen continued. The third part is the specimen library. Amos replied with a positive tone. The specimen library? Jiang Chen frowned. Yes, and it's a specimen library that was damaged, Amos nodded. If my guess is accurate, the devil worms we met on Mars escaped from the specimen library. Other than that, according to that memory, in dealing with the apocalypse, the Gaia civilization scientists synthesized an oxygen-producing fungus that can grow in extreme environments, but for some unknown reason, the project was never completed. Therefore, the oxygen-producing fungus specimen we found on Mars it may be an unfinished product. Of course, this is just my guess, Amos shrugged. They have been in disrepair. The spores of the oxygen-producing bacteria have spread from the specimen library to the outside world. They have adapted to Mars through the evolution of hundreds of millions of years and modified the atmosphere. Later, the species such as devil worms ended their hibernation, left the damaged specimen library and created the current underground ecosystem. That is to say, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm afraid it's not just devil worms and oxygen-making fungus. There are a lot of things we haven't seen before. Dr. Amos took a deep breath. In fact, I thought it was odd, but how much luck does a food chain need to sustain through hundreds of millions or even billions of years of evolution? Not just devil worms. There could be other species deep in the mantle. Jiang Chen tried to search for figures other than devil worms in the memory of the Gaia civilization, including the species that Gaias were trying to get rid of, but unfortunately, the light ball did not contain any of the names. But it made sense. If human civilization one day had to set up a tombstone for itself, it would probably not spend too much ink on the irrelevant topics. Or at most, use powerful creatures like tigers or lions to prove itself to the future civilization on how the human civilization stood out among the species and came to the top of the food chain. Dr. Amos's findings were included in the database, labeled as the highest confidential level, and tagged as a part of Project 071. After he hesitated for a second, Jiang Chen decided not to disclose the details of these species to the researchers in the devil worms research team. After all, he couldn't explain why he could be so sure that there were Mars creatures other than devil worms, on the planet tens of millions of kilometers away in the absence of specimens. It was related to the memory of the Gaia civilization. The memory of the Gaia civilization was classified the top secret within celestial trade, even more confidential than the Klein particles. After Jiang Chen left Dr. Amos's lab, he returned to the office. His assistant reported that while he was away, President Zhang Yaping's assistant had been here. President Zhang's assistant? What is he looking for? Jiang Chen asked. He left a letter. I put it on your desk, his assistant replied respectfully. Jiang Chen found the letter of his desk, glanced through the letter, then placed it at the corner of his table. It was an invitation letter. Tomorrow evening, in the banquet hall of the Heart of the Sea, there would be a national celebration dinner. The protagonist was the Liberal Party leader, the first president of XIN, Zhang Yaping. The purpose of the dinner was to celebrate the victory of the election campaign, to thank his campaign sponsors, and to communicate with the different sectors and communities within XIN. To be able to attend a banquet of this level, the person must be a political figure at least in the cabinet minister and parliamentary speaker level. In addition, outstanding entrepreneurs, representatives from communities, and even international bankers, were all part of the guest list. With the current international influence of XIN, Jiang Chen would not even be surprised if a leader of another country showed up. As a supporter of President Zhang, Jiang Chen naturally would be present to support him. After all, for those eligible to be invited to the banquet, they all understood what happened behind the scene. They understood who is the biggest winner of this election. After work, Jiang Chen returned home. Jiang Chen was about to take a shower when he found Natasha was at the entrance of the living room. She looked at him, somewhat embarrassed. After she woke up from the hangover, Aisha had told her what had happened last night. This included her drunken state, and how she puked all over Jiang Chen. "Hey, sorry about last night." Natasha blushed, crossed her arms before she scratched her cheeks in awkwardness and looked away. "Don't worry about it." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and put on his slippers. What else could he say? After all, he was partially to be blamed for what happened last night. If it were not for the fact that he tried to tease her, nothing would have happened. But to be frank, he did not expect she would suddenly get so serious and refuse to admit defeat even after being so drunk. Natasha saw how quiet Jiang Chen was and revealed an awkward smile as she said shyly. "Also, I remember you said that it was a draw, right?" Without caring for the girl that constantly bothered him about who actually won, Jiang Chen went and took a shower. After he changed into pajamas, Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom. Since there was still time before dinner, he went to the office. As he walked in, he saw Aisha waiting for him on the sofa in the room. So, he walked over with a smile and sat beside her. The Morgan Consortium and the Rockefeller Consortium may have joined forces. Aisha took out a document she was holding and placed it nicely on Jiang Chen's knees, then she gently rubbed off the water droplets on his neck. Joined forces? As he enjoyed Aisha's caress, Jiang Chen was intrigued by the document in his hand as he flipped open the first page. "I thought they were out. They would rather have a person who claims he will kill Wall Street come to power than to accept a dovish president," Aisha whispered. This is the original words of Penny. She obtained the information from the informant. Jiang Chen looked at the document and his expression began to turn serious. Morgan and Rockefeller joined forces. He probably had a hunch. Morgan bet on Kerry, and Rockefeller kept the chip on Hill as always. The two consortiums were both members of the military-industrial complex. The victor in the gamble would only affect the distribution of interests. Obviously, the Morgan and Rockefeller believed that if Joseph Kennedy rose to power, it would inevitably affect their common interests. After all, Mr. Kennedy mentioned a lot of issues concerning the UA military, defense budget, and diplomatic strategy. And the military-industrial complex was unwilling to concede on these issues. Be prepared for the worst. Jiang Chen sighed and said after a moment of thought, "Even if Joseph came to power, I'm afraid there will be resistance. We must guarantee that at all time, the initiative is on our side." Aisha sat quietly and waited for Jiang Chen's instructions. "How is the situation in South America?" Jiang Chen asked. "Which element are you referring to?" Aisha tilted her head and asked. "Global power grid," Jiang Chen responded. "It has been more than a year and our salesman has just cracked the door to Ecuador. The transmission corridor to Brazil is still not open. I want to know about the progress on that side. Ecuador may be the only country in South America willing to open its doors to celestial trade, because celestial trade more than once hinted at the possibility of another space elevator on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Considering the particularity that space elevators could only be built on the equator, Ecuador had a natural competitive advantage. On the one hand, the country coveted the huge economic benefits that the space elevator would bring, and on the other hand, the country also faced many challenges such as energy shortage. Ecuador naturally did all it could to court celestial trade by giving land, policy, money. Well, they did not have money. Since last year, the UA exported nuclear power technology to South American countries to contain celestial trade's plan to promote the global power grid. Since the UA historically had a strong influence in the region itself, the cable that celestial trade built across the ocean to Ecuador could not gain any distance further to Brazil on the east. Peru and Colombia were two big mountains that blocked the passage, and these two countries were traditional UA allies. So, of course, they chose to side with the UA. This year is the year of the UA election. In the past, the UA typically adopted a conservative policy in the election year. This is our opportunity. Jiang Chen's fingers tapped on the arm of the sofa. if Colombia and Peru continue to maintain a non-cooperative attitude, I allow you to use special means. The special means referred to the act of providing weapons to the anti-government armed forces, providing funds to the opposition, and so on. This also included any means that may lead to a war in the country. We are supporting Joseph Kennedy. Is it okay to do this at this time? Aisha asked. No problem, just don't let the UA know what we're doing underneath the table. Jiang Chen laughed. He took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Aisha. Do you have time tomorrow night? Join me for a banquet? Isn't Sister Xia Xiyu here? She is more suitable than me to attend such an occasion. Aisha's expression looked slightly odd as she didn't know why Jiang Chen changed the topic. She attended a dinner once with Jiang Chen, but she did not participate in other ones after that one time. The restrictive feeling of the gown made her feel very constrained and uneasy, and she was not good at drinking or chatting. Even if she attended, she could not offer any help since she often remained silent. Because we have to solve this problem as soon as possible. Jiang Chen shook the document in his hand, and the best way to solve the problem is at the banquet tomorrow. 1264 That is not my hometown. On the top floor of the Heart of the Sea, the semi-open arc dome was brightly lit. It was the most luxurious banquet hall in the entire Xi'an, and it usually hosted the most prestigious events of the country. In addition to state banquets that were usually sponsored by Future Group, private functions or business functions must pay a daunting 20 million Xi'an new dollars to rent the venue. Based on the current international influence of Xi'an and the Earth Defense Alliance, the banquet held here at this moment was probably one of the most influential events in the world. It was even comparable to a state banquet of the capital. Perhaps the dishes available were not the finest delicacies, but outside the dinner itself, the decisions made at the event dictated the future direction of the world. President Jiang, congratulations. A man in a suit came forward and congratulated him. It seems that God is destined to let Xi'an continue to prosper, because every citizen of Xi'an has made the right choice. In a black evening gown, a representative of a community raised her glass with a smile and offered her congratulatory words. President Jiang smiled humbly to the praising words and left the most graceful image he could to the honorable guest. However, the corner of his mouth curved up and the flush on his face showed off the proudness in his mind. This victory came very easily and could even be described as expected. However, even knowing this point, the little vanity in people's minds was still fulfilled. Who would have thought that the person who lived in exile in New Zealand 4 years ago turned out to be the revolutionary leader of Xi'an, and he was pushed to the throne of the president? Of course, obviously not everyone was satisfied with this result. The oppositions that were invited stood at the corners of the banquet hall. They gazed at Zhang Yaping, who received all the compliments in the world, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. They whispered and mocked. You just found the right person. What's there to be proud of? Just a puppet, humph. When I become president, the first thing I'll do is to end the monopoly of Future Group on Xi'an's economy. The second thing I'll do is to take back the national defense and intelligence power from celestial trade. An enterprise is running the country, how dare? The more extreme voices were gnashing their teeth while spewing their political aspirations to the members of their party. Occasionally, the guests that heard their words would just laugh and joke. That's why you will never be president. The man's face turned red with anger, but he looked away instead. Obviously, when he said these words, he also clearly knew that as long as Xi'an continued to prosper, these claims would only be a reality in his dreams. In addition to the few complaints, the main theme of the entire banquet was positive and uplifting. The melodious symphony echoed in every corner of the hall, and the courteous waiters walked through the seats to pour wine to the goblets on the long tables. There was commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall from time to time, and the guests in the banquet hall would cast their attention to the door from time to time. In addition to those that were important and distinguishable, the ambassadors of some superpowers, the ministers of a member state of the Earth Defense Alliance, the generals and presidents of the vassal states of Moro, Country F, and Madagascar were all invited. To the visiting guests, the people welcoming and the people being welcomed were all quite grand. Since the visit would set the foundation for the two countries' diplomatic relations for the next 4 years, the extravagance was justified. "Welcome, Mr. Carey." Looking at the man who just entered hall, Zhang Yaping's expression looked slightly surprised, but soon he smiled naturally and extended his right hand. "It's an honor of the UA to have such an outstanding Secretary of State like yourself." "Thank you." Although Carey was not pleased with such praise, he still responded with a smile. "On behalf of the UA government, I congratulate you on your election. I hope to work with you to safeguard the peace of the world in the next 4 years, and cooperate in a wider field." After he finished the lines he wanted to say, Carey smiled and politely bowed to President Jiang. The crowd applauded around him as he let go of President Jiang's hand and walked into the hall. On the elevator to the banquet hall, Jiang Chen gently held Aisha's hand. He looked at the bustling crowd, as well as the anchors stopped by the police and army on the lawn outside the floor-to-ceiling window, then recited. "If paradise be on this earth, Damascus 'tis and none but she, if in the heavens, from her derives its air and its amenity. Are we not going to solve the South American problem?" Aisha awkwardly twisted her petite body in the evening gown, looked at the crystal high heels, and whispered, "What does it have to do with Damascus? International issues have never existed in isolation. These two problems can actually be solved together." Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed from the floor-to-ceiling windows at a man being escorted in headscarves through the parking lot. "Did you see it? That is the King of Saudi Arabia. He should have a glamorous princess next to him, but he did not bring her. What does he have to do with us?" Aisha asked. "Of course, in simple terms," Jiang Chen laughed, "we solved the Syrian problem for Russia, and the KGB will replace the President of Colombia for me. I just happen to be friends with someone in the Middle East who can introduce me to a Syrian general and provide a shortcut in avoiding the UA's military informants at the Persian Gulf." Because of the Ares incident, the relationship between XIN and the UA suddenly took a 90-degree turn from a state of Cold War to an ambiguous relationship. How long this relationship could last would be dependent on the next person giving orders in the capital. During this time, the UA would not be on the aggressive front with celestial trade, but celestial trade should also not agitate the UA. Maintaining this relationship with Joseph Kennedy until his accession to the throne could perhaps add another member to the Earth Defense Alliance. The option to avoid war should be the preferred option. Not to mention. Jiang Chen paused and smiled at Aisha. "And, don't you want to help your hometown?" Holding on to Jiang Chen's arm, Aisha shook her head gently and smiled softly. "That is not my hometown, your shoulder is where I belong." The gentleness hidden in the sapphire-like eyes, even inadvertently touched, made his heart melt. However, in the unreserved gentleness, Jiang Chen still could not feel eased. When he first pulled her away from that desert, took off her tattered headscarf, and brought her into a secularized society, it allowed her to enter another world she had only seen in fantasies. It also converted her to atheism. However, even after so many years, she did not completely heal from the trauma of her hometown. After all, it was too much for a 15-year-old girl to see her parents die, and then get decapitated by militants in front of her. She traversed through hunger, disease, and death. The word cruel is pale compared to what she experienced. She always chose to forget about her past and instead, filled the missing part of her heart with a tall, confident figure. For 5 years. Jiang Chen did not intend to remind her of those bad memories. He just wanted to do something for her. Even with the power of the Gaia civilization, he could not bring back the dead. Perhaps a peaceful and prosperous hometown could make her feel a little better. It was also the only thing he could do for her. Now, the time was ripe. Jiang Chen caressed her brown hair, approached her ear, and said softly, "Just consider it as something for me. The little hand gently covered the warm big hand. Her eyelids were half closed as she nodded meekly. Okay. It had been 3 years since their last meeting, and Yerif appeared more mature. Whether it was the beard or his face, everything was quite different from the handsome prince before, and he seemed to be getting a beer belly. The old king was aging day by day, and he, the crown prince, was gradually being pushed forward as the representative of the country to the world. As he worked to become a qualified heir, the edges and corners on him were gradually being erased through all the different meetings and negotiations. Long time no see, my dear friend. Yerif greeted Jiang Chen with open arms and gave him a warm hug. Long time no see, Jiang Chen smiled, and gestured to the room next to him, please this way. There were many people in the banquet hall, which was not suitable for discussions. Before they entered the banquet hall, Jiang Chen invited this old friend to the reception room downstairs in the name of catching up. I'm taking a big risk in doing this for you. Yerif gestured to the bodyguards next to him and motioned them to stand at the door. After the door was closed, he lowered his voice and said, you don't understand the grievances between our sections. If you have understood, you should know that we and the Syrians have feuds. We wish that Basar would step down immediately, instead of supporting him and his stupid teachings with the Russians. Although Saudi Arabia and the UAE were reluctant to admit it, they were the perpetrators that gave both monetary and weaponry support to the monster, IS, in Syria. But it did not matter. This was a decision made by the Saudi royal family and it did not mean Yerif agreed with this. But I think you will be an enlightened king who will bring some different changes to your country and your world. You should be very clear that any religion will eventually usher in secularization. If you can't adapt to this new age, then you will be run over by the wheels of time, Jiang Chen said softly. I don't want to talk about faith with an atheist, Yerif said sternly, and my father. If I offended you, I do apologize, Jiang Chen said softly. Jiang Chen knew very well that although the young Prince Yerif was a Sunni like his royal family, he was more enlightened. For example, he never put a headscarf on his princess when he hosted parties abroad and he could sit here with a heresy without faith and chat, or even become friends. This may be related to his early experience of studying abroad, or it may be due to frequent contacts with some Western capitalists. In short, he and Jiang Chen had no obstacles in communication. It was also the reason Jiang Chen was willing to be friends with him. Listen, you refuse to let us build a temple here, and even used a tree that can produce oil to crush our oil prices. In short, you and your company are not popular in the Persian Gulf, at least you're not welcomed by the royal family. If your fresh water was not irrigating the gardens of our holy city, my father would not send you an ambassador as a sign of friendship like he is now, Yerif stared at Jiang Chen and said. So what? Jiang Chen smiled, as if he didn't take what he had said seriously, and said emotionlessly, if you stand on my side, we may be able to make your desert into a grassland. Turn the desert into a grassland? Yerif was obviously taken aback. What you said is true. For us, this is not a difficult task. Or, do you think it is more difficult to grow grass on the deserts on Earth than it is to grow grass on the seabed or even on Mars? Jiang Chen subtly showed off his achievements before he continued, don't digress. We can wait until you become king to discuss the matter of terraforming Earth. We are now discussing another issue. Yerif controlled his breathing, leaned back against his chair, and quietly waited for Jiang Chen to continue. I have a batch of weapons in my hands and a group of well-trained South African mercenaries. I need you to help me send them from the Persian Gulf into Syria and ensure me a supply channel that can travel from the Persian Gulf to the Syrian border. Don't say it's impossible, I know you have your ways, Jiang Chen said seriously as his eyes fixated on Yerif. The mercenaries that came out of the Madagascar slums were cheap cannon fodder. They were the historical legacy left behind when celestial trade competed with the Freemasonry for control of Madagascar. They were contractors in celestial trade's corporate military system. They were well trained and large in number. Even without a kinetic skeleton, they were a force to be reckoned with. But why should I help you? What can you do for me? Yarif spread his hands and smiled. Money? You know I don't need that thing. At the negotiating table, especially at this level, friendship was not enough to be a bargaining chip. And Jiang Chen did not expect to let him do this favor based on the favor of creating a robot for him in the first place. After all, as Yarif said, he would take a big risk, to the point that if this leaked, he would risk being exiled by the royal family. If it weren't for that favor, he would probably not be sitting here in the first place. Jiang Chen smiled and slowly said as he looked at Yarif. I can give you the bottom line. The mercenary group I plan to send to Syria is about 10,000 people. They are proficient in using drones and are good at operating various modern vehicles. Originally, these people worked for Arrow but were later incorporated by us to fight against Freemasonry. After the Syrian problem is resolved, I have no plans to continue to support these people. I can transfer them to you. 10,000 people. Yarif also laughed, then shook his head. What can 10,000 people do? I advise you not to get involved in the desert. No matter what deal you made with the Russians, it was a wrong decision. 10,000 people, all of them infantry. If it were the orbital airborne soldiers of celestial trade, the proposition could still be a discussion, but based on Jiang Chen's tone, these 10,000 people were both without the protection of kinetic skeleton nor the support of main battle tanks. To throw them into this swamp known as Syria, they probably wouldn't even make a splash. You know, the regular army of Basar exceeded 300,000. However, Jiang Chen maintained his confident smile after Yarif finished his sentence. Then what if I told you that the combat power of these 10,000 people is comparable to 50,000? The room suddenly became quiet. Yarif's fingers clasped tightly onto the armrests, he gulped and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. That's impossible. How sure can you be sure that their combat effectiveness is comparable to 50,000 people? Nothing is impossible. Jiang Chen shrugged. These people once served in Arrow of the Freemasonry, and later accepted our reorganization. One is the most powerful military company in the old era, and the other is the most powerful private military force in the new era. These 10,000 people are not mobilized soldiers or volunteers drawn from the reserve. They are a group of monsters with power compared to special forces. Their hands are blood-stained by soldiers only as powerful as them, and not from unarmed civilians. In order to avoid revealing their identity, this group of foreign mercenaries would not be equipped with kinetic skeletons. But even without the kinetic skeleton, they still possessed the genetic vaccine. A shot of E-grade genetic vaccine was compared to a mini Superman after half a month of physical training. Even without the kinetic skeleton, their reaction and survivability were far superior to that of the ordinary person. Other than the regular force of celestial trade, there was no other force on Earth that could field an entire infantry division with special forces. Yarif was silent. From the outside world, he was a supporter of the Sunni, but deep in his heart, he did not agree with this status quo. As Jiang Chen said, secularization was the ultimate future of all beliefs. Dubai next door was the perfect example. Even with the pitiful amount of oil, it was more prosperous than his hometown. However, change was not that simple. Even as the crown prince of the country, or even as the future king, he could not have free reign in his country. He could be playful, incompetent, or spend all the money with the royal family, but if he dared to start a religious revolution in the country, the army that supported the religion would even turn their weapons on him and push his uncle or brother to the throne. The condition that Jiang Chen offered was very attractive. A division of mercenaries. After they solved the problems in Syria, this powerful force would become a private force loyal to him only. If he wished to push for change in his country, then he would need a force absolutely loyal to him. And this force would be supported by celestial trade, which would become his biggest trump card to bring change for his kingdom. And, a group of heretics that didn't question right or wrong, and never hesitated in the killing was his best choice. With a bright smile on his face, Yarif shook Jiang Chen's hand and then exited the room. Aisha walked up to Jiang Chen and asked him in a whisper, "It's over?" "Almost. At least half of it is done," Jiang Chen said. "Why don't we send the mercenaries of Madagascar directly to South America? Their capability is enough to sweep Colombia." Aisha said. "Getting involved in the Middle East may touch the sensitive nerves of the UA more. This involves a problem of adapting to the local conditions. Compared to South America, the chaos in the Middle East is more suitable for us to intervene without reservation." Jiang Chen shook his head and said softly, "If you send them to South America, we probably can't even hide a brigade, let alone a division. We will turn a peaceful country into hell under the eyes of the international community. And the Russians will not?" Aisha rebutted. "Of course not," Jiang Chen smiled. "The KGB left a rich political legacy in South America in the Soviet era. Venezuela will help them with their plans. At least that's what Natasha said. And, the most important thing is that we can solve both problems at the same time. Our global grid plan is not just for South America. The entirety of Europe is waiting for us to tackle it. Now, our submarine cable has crossed India and landed in the UAE. It's only a matter of time before it enters Saudi Arabia. A troubled land is in front of us. After we cross there, we can then finally cross the intersection that lead to Constantinople and Paris. Russia can't freely operate in the Mediterranean. However, we may just have the conditions to help them solve this problem once and for all. In exchange, Russia can help us solve the troubles of South America. So, for both of us, all of our troubles are solved." "This is fair," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Yes, this is fair." The melodious and elegant symphony reverberated in the banquet hall. As more and more guests entered, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually rose to a peak. When the appetizers were removed from the tables, a dazzling array of food was served, followed by resounding exclamations that could be heard from time to time in the hall. "This is probably the most luxurious banquet I have ever seen." A man in a suit sat at the long table and looked at the palm-sized omelette on his plate and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. After the omelette was cooked to golden perfection, it was placed on top of the fried potato and sprinkled with 10 ounces of caviar. The small portion meant it could be finished in just a few bites, but the price tag was as high as $1,000. Just the color and shape made people drool, and it was no doubt a masterpiece made by a 3-star Michelin chef. Food could make people high. This sentence was not a joke at all. In addition to this palm-sized omelette, there was also a small bowl of soup served to the guests. In the thick, golden-like broth, there were a few strands of chicken breast floating on the surface. A tiny, thin slice of mushroom floated on the creamy soup. If the person did not recognize the ingredients, they would most likely scorn at the soup. "Isn't this just chicken soup? How can this be considered a Michelin dish with just some butter added to increase the thickness of the soup?" However, when the soup was served to the guests, it caused quite a stir. Not because of anything else, but because the tiny piece of mushroom slice floating on the soup was the world's most expensive mushroom, giant white truffle. The price of this ingredient was difficult to determine because it was basically an auction item. The most recent transaction price was £307,000 for a total of 1.1 kilograms. Now, the auction item along with previously auctioned items were made into a truffle chicken soup and then served to the guests in exquisite porcelain bowls. The white truffle floating on the broth was only the size of a thumb. But the value of this piece was much more than the soup itself. Even Yarif could not help but feel excited. Celestial trade is simply too rich. It was not that he hadn't eaten this kind of food. There was no food in the world that he hadn't tried before. But even he would not serve over 1,000 guests a dish with ingredients costing up to a couple £100,000. A beautiful little card was placed on the plates and labeled the food ingredients. No matter whether or not the guests recognized the ingredients, they could all enjoy the knowledge of what they were eating. Sitting at the table, even Carrie was astonished by the series of high-quality and expensive ingredients. A government supported by the nouveau rich. Even a state banquet can be so lavish. However, he did not display this astonishment. After all, he represented the UAE government. What's more, the state banquet was never about the food, but rather, the diplomatic achievements that can be achieved at the banquet. Carrie glanced at his watch, moved his focus away from the dazzling food collection, and began searching the room. He was looking for Jiang Chen. However, so far, even with the food served, and he did not see the man appear at this place. Late? Carrie frowned slightly. He felt something was off, but he could not tell where the hunch came from. It was not just him that felt the same way. Many people's eyes moved subtly to search for Jiang Chen. Without a doubt, the most worthwhile person in the entire event was the man who did not show up yet. Many people had already thought about their plan, how to naturally approach and talk to him. Many well-known and shrewd actresses were planning on creating an unexpected but beautiful encounter. It would be even better to ask him for a dance. What's more, a rich man with a big belly was debating how to subtly introduce his daughter, who did not look like him at all, to that man. However, the most anxious was Zhang Yaping. He felt awkward. There was only 5 minutes left before the start of the banquet. If it was someone else, he could leave the person aside and leave the main entrance to go somewhere else. However, it was Jiang Chen that had yet to arrive. Even if he offended all the guests, he could not leave that man out at the door. Many of his opponents were looking at him to see how the situation would turn out. Zhang Yaping pulled his assistant aside and whispered to him. "Can you call and ask why he is not here yet?" "I have already asked. The security guard in charge of the parking lot told me that Mr. Jiang arrived half an hour ago." The assistant was also anxious, but his reaction was not as obvious. "Half an hour ago?" Zhang Yaping hurriedly asked, "Where did he go? Or did he already enter the banquet hall from the side door? I heard that he and his old friend have been talking for a while, and he should be here soon." Before the assistant could finish, 2 figures appeared at the main entrance. The assistant opened his mouth and quickly pulled at the sleeve of the president while lowering his voice. Then he said in a voice full of joy, "They're here." At the moment that Jiang Chen stepped into the venue, he clearly felt that all the eyes were gathered on him. He nodded with friendliness to the guests in the venue. He looked at Zhang Yaping, who was walking toward him, and extended his hand apologetically. "Sorry, I'm a little late." "You're finally here." Zhang Yaping shook Jiang Chen's hand and revealed a relieved smile. "Hopefully I'm not late." Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. "No, there are still 2 minutes before the dinner starts. Please, come this way." Zhang Yaping gestured toward the venue behind him and then led Jiang Chen inside. The dinner started on time. After the main courses, there were desserts, cold drinks, champagne, and red wine. As the rhythm of the symphony gradually became more melodious, it marked the start of the ball. The waiter took away the empty plates and placed bottles of champagne on the long tables. The guests left their seats one after another and went after their target. Whether it was just for a dance, or for a contract worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, or a chance to reach their dream, or just a one-night stand. All the needs of the upper class could be fulfilled here. At the center of the venue, Jiang Chen looked at Aisha, who was on his left, with a gentle smile. She was moving the cherry on top of the ice cream with a silver spoon in boredom. Although the dance had already begun, he did not intend to go mingle. For one, he was not interested in being surrounded by a large group of people, and for two, in his position, it was no longer necessary to deliberately make friends. He had 2 purposes for attending today's event. 1, to agree on the deal with Yerif, and 2, to appear here. Now, he achieved both of these goals. Just then, a white man in a suit sat down on his right-hand side, took a glass full of wine, and said, "Can I sit here?" "Of course." Jiang Chen looked at Carrie with some surprise. He remembered that just a month ago, the Secretary of State was someone else. He didn't expect this guy to renege from Hill's camp and participate in the party's primaries, but now, he once again returned to Hill's camp. Although Jiang Chen did not have a lot of goodwill toward the UAE government, he felt highly about the ability of the Secretary of State. You are very surprised? Of course, Jiang Chen smiled. I didn't expect you to return to the position of Secretary of State immediately, instead of being sent to somewhere for retirement. That's because you don't know the capital. Carrie took a sip of the wine and seemingly hinted at something. Is that so? Jiang Chen shrugged. Maybe. Just like you have never known us. Carrie smiled and placed the glass on the table. After a pause, he looked at Jiang Chen and lowered his voice. When did you get on the same boat as the B-City Consortium? As early as 2 years ago. We had extensive cooperation in the freshwater business. They also helped Future Bank go public in the UA. Jiang Chen laughed. Don't pull this on me, you know what I mean. Carrie's lowered voice was mixed with a trace of hoarseness, and the hoarseness revealed a hint of reluctance and unacceptance, but he cleverly hid all of this behind an indifferent expression. To be honest, if you didn't help, we wouldn't have even considered that little guy as a contender. Is it really good to talk about your candidate on this particular occasion? Mr. Secretary of State. Jiang Chen laughed and said innocently, and what do you mean, did my hacker hack your voting machine? Or did you outsource the election to my company without me knowing? Don't act stupid. Carrie shook his head. Do you know what you got yourself into? You are against a giant interest group, a military industry complex that was established before the outbreak of World War I, giant. Jiang Chen also picked up the glass and smiled slyly when he heard what Carrie just said. Is it bigger than Rothschild and his Freemasonry? Carrie opened his mouth, but no words came out. My attitude has always been clear. If you are willing to cooperate, we are happy to open the door, just as we have worked with the Rothschild family before. Jiang Chen shook the red wine in the glass and stared at the bloody red liquid before he whispered, but if you still think that you are the center of the world, hold the belief that everyone must surrender to you, and you wish to continue to go down the wrong path. With one hand holding her delicate and beautiful chin, Aisha, who was still playing with the cherry out of boredom, stopped. Carrie sensed the sudden change in the atmosphere and quickly glanced at the girl on the other side before he swallowed his words. The wine in his hand tilted slightly as if it made some kind of announcement, then Jiang Chen said softly. We'll just get rid of it. A creamy ice cream made from 20 types of cocoa is surrounded a thin layer of delicate curd. Small pieces of truffle chocolate are sprinkled on top and the entire thing is placed in a fine crystal cup. I once tried it in a high-end restaurant in New York, but that one was slightly smaller compared to this. The cost was about $17,000, and I needed to book 2 days in advance. Do you not want to try this? With a charming smile on his face, the man in a white suit revealed his white teeth and courteously spoke to the woman next to him. A beautiful woman with an oriental face stood facing him. She was in a pale yellow evening gown, dignified yet elegant, and the soft ribbon gently wrapped in front of her waist added a touch of brightness to the fullness in front of her chest. Although the standards of beauty remained different between the West and the East, some things remained the same. However, the beauty who stood there showed a glimpse of impatience or repulsion. Sorry, I have no appetite, Lu Yao shook her head and said. No appetite? That is a big problem. Felix smiled and gracefully extended his right hand. Maybe you need some exercise, like dancing with the rhythm of the music. Beautiful lady, do I have the pleasure to be your partner? No need, Lu Yao refused. The graceful smile froze on his face, and a hint of anger appeared but also disappeared quickly in Felix's eyes. His emotions were hidden behind his dark green pupil. I haven't introduced myself yet. That's my mistake. Felix retracted his hand, took out a business card, and placed it between his 2 fingers. I hope you can think about it again. This is my business card. I'm the manager of Warner Brothers Asia. I've been focusing on the South Asia market, hoping to discover some promising talents for the parent company. Felix passed the card in front of Lu Yao and smiled. If you are interested, I can take you to Hollywood. You have the ability to become famous around the world. He understood female stars too well, especially Asian actresses. Hollywood movies had been doing all they could to enter the Chinese market, but the second and third-tier stars, or even premium stars, had been desperately trying to get into Hollywood, even just for 2 seconds on the red carpet. Countless women packaged themselves to his bed for this opportunity. However, Lu Yao simply felt angry and thought it was comical when she saw the name on the card. Just as her lips formed a curvature, and she was ready to take his business card and toss it into the trash can, a woman in a black evening gown walked in their direction. When Felix saw the person, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 1268. Can I please invite you for a dance? Emma stopped beside the two. She first looked at Lu Yao, then looked at Felix. She had an idea as to what happened before she sneered at the sight. Mr. Felix, let me guess, you're fooling people again with your business card, am I right? What do you mean by fooling? Please pay attention to your words, Ms. Watson. His hooked nose pointed directly at Emma as a hint of disgust quickly flashed across Felix's eyes. A typical movie star would not be qualified to speak to him like this, but Emma was different. She somehow managed to become the brand ambassador for nutrient supplies. Despite Future Biology not being a core asset within Future Group, she was still under the Future Group umbrella. Among the second-tier stars in Warner Bros. Portfolio, she was the only untouchable one. He could offend anyone but Future Group. After all, future technology was starting to replace industrial light and magic in Hollywood. VR filming technology not only could save on cost, but the box office of VR theaters became one of the most dominant channels for film producers. Of course, even if he did not dare to offend the giant corporation behind her, it did not mean he could not scold her. What's wrong? Ms. Emma, do you want to ask me for a dance? Felix sneered. I heard that the women rights organization that you're a part of is discussing removing you, is that true? I heard that it's accusing you of being a bit *H hiding under the symbol of social justice warriors, and actually worked for a boss who did not respect women's rights. As an executive of Warner Brothers, he knew Emma's pain points. In her early years, in order to brand herself into a model woman with high education qualifications, she even put aside her acting career under the advice of her agency, and frequently advocated for equal rights, and even spoke on behalf of an organization at the United Nations. However, her branding could be described as a failure, or rather, she did not synchronize her perspective with the person responsible for branding her. A voice of doubt always existed that questioned if she truly advocated for equal rights since the end of Harry Potter. Felix, let's not discuss my issues. You should worry about your situation first. Emma took a deep breath and watched Felix with a grin. Before you try to hit on someone, why not try and learn about the other person's background? Felix's expression changed slightly, and then he stared directly at Lu Yao. After a closer examination, this woman seemed familiar. But he could not recall why she looked familiar. To be honest, he could not distinguish the difference between Asian faces like most international executives sent to Asia. Other than extremely popular celebrities with distinctive features, or those he worked with frequently, he could rarely recognize someone immediately. Sorry, may I ask you for your name? Felix barely maintained his calmness as he politely asked Lu Yao. Lu Yao. Lu Yao. Never heard of it, wait. Suddenly, Felix's expression changed drastically and a droplet of sweat started to appear on his forehead. When he was sent to Asia, he heard a rumor. A film invested by Future Technology held a premiere at Nippon, and the son of a real estate mogul tried to force himself onto an actress. He didn't know what happened in the middle, but he did hear about what happened in the end. The real estate company worth trillions of yen vanished. Both the father and son were thrown into jail. The rumor also said the Sumitomo Consortium was behind the scene, and Sumitomo was the biggest partner of Celestial Trade's energy export project. Sweat dripped down from Felix's sideburn. He swallowed down and finally understood the situation he got himself into. The CEO of a trillion-yen company was uprooted overnight, and as an executive of a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, what was he worth? Lu Yao may be that man's. Without paying attention to Felix, who left after he was scared by his own thought, Lu Yao looked at Emma Watson with slight confusion. Although she knew some stars in Hollywood, their interactions were limited, and they at most spoke a couple of sentences. "Thank you." "No need, it was nothing," Emma smiled and slightly raised her goblet. "If he continues to bother you, you can tell me. This is my card. Continue to bother me." Lu Yao did not think that the man would dare to bother her after learning about her identity. But she graciously accepted Emma's kindness. Because they worked together in the same field, and previously cooperated together in the film co-invested by Warner Brothers and Future Group. After exchanging business cards, they went to the side to chat. One lady had a face of an angel and the figure of a vixen, while the other possessed the temperament of a noble British princess. The two beautiful women standing together naturally attracted the attention of countless people, but no one came to interrupt them. After all, at this type of event, there were only a few idiots like Felix. The majority of the people here would use their brains to think about the potential cost of their behavior. The two got along surprisingly well. The topic quickly changed from the entertainment industry to gossips. Then the topics quickly changed to themselves. The fact Lu Yao bluntly admitted that she was Jiang Chen's lover caught Emma by surprise, but she did not comment on it. She was not surprised by Lu Yao's identity as it was no longer considered a secret. She was most surprised about how open Lu Yao was. The average person would refrain from discussing this topic, and Emma was also very considerate in not discussing this topic, but Lu Yao did not seem to mind and directly acknowledged this fact. "Don't you want to dance with him?" Looking toward the center of the banquet hall, Emma asked. "No need." Lu Yao gently shook her head. "Why?" "Because the reason why I'm here is to see him, and I have already done that." Lu Yao smiled. "And that's enough?" Emma asked. "That's enough." Emma's expression revealed her confusion, but she did not say anything more. To be honest, Lu Yao looked to the center and let out a sigh and whispered. "I thought about trying to catch up to him a long time ago, but what I didn't expect was that he had already gone an unreachable distance." Perhaps in her mind, she enjoyed her life in Wanghai in the past. However, she was also very aware. It would be impossible to go back to the past. Emma bid farewell with her as the ball approached its end. Standing alone on the side of the dance floor, while enjoying the champagne in the glass, Lu Yao quietly admired the men and women, hugging. She revealed a sweet smile. From time to time, someone would come forward and invite her to dance, but she rejected the invitation one after another, until when the last song began to play, and the ball was gradually coming to an end. She returned back to the hall. The figure sitting at the long table was gone. No longer searching, Lu Yao sighed, and headed out with the crowd. The sea breeze blew in through the windows of the corridor. In the distant sea, the waves splashed and the moon had cast its cool and beautiful light into the quiet night. Immersed in the beauty outside, she did not pay attention to her path and accidentally bumped into someone. She let out a shout. Lu Yao, who lost her balance, fell backward. Just when she closed her eyes and thought she would for sure get hurt, one arm wrapped around her lower back. Their chests were almost stuck together, and the tip of her nose could even feel the warm airflow. With a frown, the blushing Lu Yao was about to become enraged, but she then noticed the face belonged to that man. She could no longer suppress her tears. "Beautiful lady, can I please invite you for a dance?" His empty hand gently combed back the hair in front of her forehead. With his eyes fixated on the beauty in his arm, Jiang Chen said with a smirk. How could he not know that Lu Yao came? Although he did not send the invitations, every name that entered through the border at Koro Airport would appear in the ghost agent server. What's more, Lu Yao's name was on the protection list of the foreign dignitaries. When her name appeared on the entry list, Aisha told Jiang Chen immediately. When the dinner was about to end, Jiang Chen left first to set up his ambush. Jiang Chen brought Lu Yao into the presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel downstairs and shut the door behind him. The two hugged together at the entrance against the cabinet on the wall. Where did Aisha go? With her back against the wall, Lu Yao was panting and her eyes quickly swept across the room. When she responded to the invasive eyes staring at her, she asked with a little hoarseness. Wasn't she still here with you? She went back to have some time off. Time off? Yes, I will be here for the next 3 days, Jiang Chen said while smirking. Lu Yao understood the meaning of the smirk. She lowered her head and whispered. My flight is tomorrow morning. Then cancel it. With one hand slammed on the wall, and the other hand gently lifted her delicate chin, Jiang Chen had an irrefutable tone, domineering. My private jet can send you back. You're bad. Lu Yao escaped the restless fingers and slammed her head on Jiang Chen's chest. Her cheeks were red but there was a joyous smile on her face. She said in a spoiled voice, be careful, I'll call the police and say you're illegally detaining a famous celebrity. Go, the police station in Koro belongs to me. I want to see who is going to catch me. With that same smirk, Jiang Chen said, right, I just happened to miss a pair of handcuffs and a whip, they can send them to me. Why do you want those things? Backing up against the walls, Lu Yao acted afraid. Of course to interrogate you. His index finger was gently placed under her gorgeous face as he said softly, why didn't you tell me before you came? I could have picked you up. She gently gasped and suppressed the feelings that were about to overflow, then whispered, I wanted to give you a surprise. Staring into her captivating eyes, Jiang Chen grinned. The police officer concludes that you are lying. Lu Yao laughed out loud. Didn't you say before that you couldn't recognize whether my words were true or false? You also said that that was before. Jiang Chen acted mysteriously and closed his eyes. But now, an ability of mine suddenly awakened, called mind reading. It can tell me if you're lying. Lu Yao covered her mouth as she giggled, then charmingly rolled her eyes and teasingly said, then why don't you just read my mind? Why bother interrogating? Because I want to hear you say it. The atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more lucid. Come and work in XN. Lu Yao shook her head. Why? My current state is good. Really? Jiang Chen asked. You already have a lot of wives, but you only have one lover. She gently placed her jade-like fingers against Jiang Chen's heart, and sweetly smiled, at least I have a unique place there. As Jiang Chen fixated into her watery eyes full of emotion, he sniffed the jasmine scent in her hair and then quietly said. You'll make me feel guilty. Shouldn't you feel guilty? You bad person. Her arms wrapped around his neck and she pulled the face that she longed for every day closer. Her red lips moved down along the side of his head before her teeth gently nipped at Jiang Chen's earlobe. It was like tasting a jelly as her tongue explored the soft outline. She felt the heat pressed against her thighs. Her warm breath blew into his ear as she whispered out the words she had always wanted to say. Feed me. After the ball, Yerif returned to the hotel in Penglai by yacht. Lying flat on the lounger on the roof, Yerif enjoyed the massage by the beauty behind him, his eyes gradually closed as he was no longer focused on the bustling night. With his muscles relaxed, he began to appreciate the skillful massage. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out it wast thou taken, for dust thou art and unto dust shalt thou return. This sentence came from a book written by a pagan, which he happened to read when he was studying abroad. However, no matter how many times he recalled this phrase, it always gave a different understanding each time. If the sentence was applied to his country today, changing the dust into sand shall vividly state the fate of the desert kingdom. Oil prices continued to fall, even without future biology's oil crops. The breakthrough in shale gas forced oil production into a strange circle. The more they extracted, the more there are, the more they extracted, the poorer they become. In some countries, it was not so evident, but a few years ago, many countries whose oil prices were regulated by the market, showed that the price of 1 liter of gasoline was cheaper than 1 liter of mineral water. A very ironic reality. The black gold that once stirred the exchange rate and futures markets had fallen. The unfinished buildings in the desert had already illustrated many problems, and the ambitious plan to build a second Dubai was no longer feasible. How long could the black gold support the extravagance of the Saudi royal family? Even Yarif, who was enjoying all of this, was uncertain. But he was convinced about one point. That is, if they don't want to become like their neighbors in the north, they must learn from the neighbors in the east. With that thought in mind, Yarif's eyebrows furrowed together and his fists closed shut. They must change. Before the world forced them to change. Did I hurt you? The beauty massaging asked softly. No, his eyebrows relaxed as Yarif smiled. You can use a bit more force. Okay, the beauty smiled, and used more strength. In fact, you can be more relaxed. Yarif licked the corner of his mouth without speaking, then closed his eyes once again. When he heard the price of Jiang Chen's offer, he immediately agreed to it, but he still felt hesitant about the dangerous deal. 10,000 mercenaries. For the chaos in Syria, it was only a small number. However, for him, it was not a small number. Jiang Chen was right, he did in fact have connections with key people in Syria. A general who was loyal to President Bashar and a Russian businessman who only recognized money. In partnership with these two people, he could easily send a batch of fuel processed into finished products and weapons bought from Western countries, passing through the Saudi border, through the Jordanian Eastern Corridor, into the hands of the Syrian government forces, in exchange for US dollar on overseas private accounts. Although his family was very rich and never mistreated the soon-to-be king, every expense was recorded and no money truly belonged to him. It was this reason he felt constrained developing his own force. Disregarding training mercenaries, the property in Penglai and the yacht in his private dock were all under the name of the royal family. His father's time was running out, and some things must be prepared early. He let out a sigh, then picked up the satellite phone from the table next to him and made a "you can stop" gesture to the beauty behind him. He turned over and called a number. The phone quickly went through. A low, hoarse voice picked up the phone. Hello. It's me. Oh. The respected future king of Saudi Arabia, you will take the throne soon. At that time, everything in Saudi Arabia will belong to you. Are you still lacking pocket change? There was suppressed laughter from the other side. After a few moments of silence, Yarif said. Let's discuss a deal. Now the government forces are well equipped, they'll not be willing to pay a lot of money to buy fuel and weapons from you. I suggest you wait patiently. This time we are not smuggling fuel and weapons, Yarif said. The man hesitated, then asked. What is it then? People. People. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. How many people? 10,000 people, Yarif said. And their equipment, supplies. There was a gasp on the other side of the phone, then there was no response for a long time. Yarif waited quietly. He was well aware that his partner from Russia would be afraid and be hesitant, but he would not refuse the dollar. He felt more than once that the man was more similar to the Jews than the Russians. What's the offer? Sure enough, the man asked. We have been working together for so many years, you should know how much money I have in that account, Yarif said with a smile. Originally, this private money was to be used to establish his own force to help him stabilize the country after his succession, and to ensure the reform and implementation plan could be carried out smoothly. Now, it seemed that he no longer needed that much money. Just like the man said, after he took the throne, the entire country would belong to him. As long as he could sit on that seat. You didn't touch a penny. The man was shocked. You can interpret it like that. Yarif nodded. If you do this for me, successfully, I can give you half of the money in that account. Instantly, the man's eyes turned red. Greed. Almost without any hesitation, he accepted. Deal. Good times were always short-lived. Jiang Chen spent the 3 days traversing between the streets of Koro with Lu Yao. He took her to all the attractions across Xian to re-experience the ever-changing country. Because of the holographic camouflage system, both of their appearances were modified so that they would not need to worry about reporters. It was also one of the few times Jiang Chen once again experienced his past way of living. What do you think of this place? It's hard to make the connection with the small island it was a few years ago. On top of the cliff, looking at the high-risers in the distance, and the countless magnetic levitation vehicles moving, Lu Yao sighed and expressed her heartfelt feelings. It feels like I'm living in a dream. Will you stay? Jiang Chen smiled. Lu Yao smiled back with sweetness, but didn't respond. Instead, she tiptoed and kissed him on the lips, then winked playfully. Jiang Chen understood the meaning behind the kiss. He just smiled and no longer mentioned this matter. The next morning, Jiang Chen sent her away at the airport. As he gazed at the Gulfstream G650 accelerating into the horizon, he moved his mouth, then touched his lips. After he stood still for a moment, he then left with his bodyguards. A week had passed since the banquet, and soon it was mid-April. The election of Xian had already ended, and the Zhang Yaping government smoothly transitioned into the next 4 years. At the same time, the UA election was now in the fierce debate period. Joseph Kennedy was already prepared to use his conservative approach against Trump's aggressive attack. He understood that it would be bewildering to even think that he could win with words. So no matter how Trump attacked him personally in the debate, his response was just a calm smile. If he could not display the aggressive side of the voters, then he should demonstrate his tolerance and calmness. It was extremely effective. Although the strategy did not allow him to gain an advantage, he was not put in a disadvantageous situation. Though he would curse out in the lounge after every single debate. According to the latest polls, Mr. Kennedy's poll was slightly higher. Already excluded from the election campaign, the Hill government's policies had gradually become conservative. In any case, she stood with the Democrats. We are winning, Loki said in excitement on the phone. According to the latest polls, we are only 1 step away. If everything goes smooth, the victory in November will belong to us. Is that so? Jiang Chen grinned and leaned back in his chair, then he quietly spoke. According to the information we have collected, Morgan seems to have joined forces with Rockefeller with the plan to push Republicans' candidate, Trump, onto that position. Are you really able to withstand the pressure of going against Rockefeller and Morgan, who almost have complete control of Wall Street? You know too. Loki was somewhat surprised. We have been paying attention to the situation in your country. Jiang Chen said. Since the fall of Rothschild Bank, the Jewish forces were completely eradicated from Wall Street, and Wall Street welcomed a unified stage that had not been seen for more than a century. However, this kind of unification was only superficial. If the external pressures disappeared, the internal struggles would intensify. Originally because of the Jewish consortium, the Anglo-Saxon family had to be united, but now this external cause disappeared. Although celestial trade remained a threat, its aggressiveness was low in comparison. The conflict of interests was forcing the WASP alliance to gradually split. This election was nothing more than a poor excuse. The actions of Morgan and Rockefeller are also somewhat expected. Suppressing the joy in his tone, Loki sounded more serious, but we have kept the risk under control. The security level of Joseph Kennedy was up to the level of the president, and their chance of assassination is almost zero. Need us to help? Jiang Chen smiled. Our bodyguards are world-class. No need, said Loki as he shook his head with a smile. If our candidate's private bodyguards become Celestial Trade's orbital airborne soldiers, our story will appear on the headlines of the Washington Post the next day. That makes sense. That is the correct political choice to make. How could a presidential candidate use a foreign mercenary as a bodyguard? Especially if it was the notorious Celestial Trade. After their conversation ended, Jiang Chen looked at the clock on the wall. It was dinner time, so he went to the living room. Natasha came in just as Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa. She also brought back news from Russia. According to her, the KGB began its operation in South America. The CIB caught onto their actions, but did not manage to collect sufficient evidence. The countermeasure was to strengthen the security of the Colombian president. The panicking Colombian president shut himself in the room, reduced travel, and also mobilized a brigade to the nation's capital. The well-trained Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or FARC, entered the country from Venezuela and began to push forward from the northern provinces of Colombia. At the same time, an assassination plan to hunt down the president was also in full swing. From 6 months to at most a year, the opposition party would force the Colombian president to step down with the support of the KGB and the Venezuelan government. At the same time, Yerif also sent good news from Saudi Arabia. The people on the Russian side have already started. What about you? My father asked me to bring a message to you. Why haven't they seen any movement? Natasha asked while swaying her beautiful blonde hair. She sat down across from him while she drank a cup of freshly brewed coffee. She was already in her pajamas. 10,000 mercenaries have been assembled in Madagascar. Once the insiders in Saudi Arabia clears the route, we can ship them in a cruise and then disembark them on the coast of the Red Sea. We can pass through Saudi Arabia territory without anyone knowing. It was the safest route. Apart from this route, only 2 other routes remained. One option would be to bypass South Africa and cross the Strait of Gibraltar from the west coast of Syria. The other option would be to pass through Turkey. The former risked being discovered by the NATO fleet, and the latter wasn't even an option to begin with. Turkey was one of the supporters of the opposition in Syria. Is it okay to only have this many people? Natasha thought while sipping her coffee. I thought you would use your orbital airborne brigade. You and someone asked the same question. Jiang Chen shrugged and shook his head. To deal with a bunch of fools, orbital airborne troops are not necessary. Our reserves are more than enough. As for the number of people, you'll see once they arrive. Since you are so confident, Natasha smiled, put down the coffee cup, and said, our Air Force can support you after the operation begins. Then please. Jiang Chen said. Although it wouldn't matter, it was a good gesture regardless. So, can you give me a rough timeline? I have to respond to my father, Natasha said. October. Jiang Chen opened his watch and glanced at the calendar on the holographic screen as he said nonchalantly, the closer the date to the UA election, the less risk and resistance we face. October. Well, that's my answer, Natasha said. Right, there is one more thing. You can also inform the Kremlin. Jiang Chen looked at Natasha who was on her way upstairs. What? Stopping on the stairs, Natasha looked back. We have named the million-ton ship Envy class, so we won't refer to your opinion. Just this? Natasha rolled her eyes. I thought you wanted to tell me that you already built it. That's the third thing I'm going to tell you. Enjoying her surprised expression, Jiang Chen grinned. On May 7th, remember to let your people know to attend Envoy-class starship ceremonial ship launching. At the beginning of May, there was a sudden spike in the number of journalists and passengers heading to Xi'an. To be precise, there was an increase in the number of people traveling to Celestial City.as for the reason, it was because Celestial Trade made an announcement a few days ago. The million-ton Envoy-class starship is officially launching as part of the Earth Defense Alliance on May 7th. A million-ton starship. Many people felt dizzy when they heard the news. Especially those in the aerospace field. The Ares 6 engine that sent the Ares to the Mars orbit in a month's time already marked the peak of NASA's cutting-edge space technology. However, it didn't take long for celestial trade to launch a million-ton starship. The gap was drastic. Although Celestial Trade and the Earth Defense Alliance jointly announced the construction plan of a million-ton starship long ago, even the members in the Earth Defense Alliance were skeptical about if future heavy industries could build such a ship. After all, the heaviest aircraft carrier weighed around 100,000 tons. Take the Eisenhower nuclear-powered aircraft carrier as an example. Its stunning length was already seen as a feat according to the data released by the UA military. In the event of a disaster, the deck space could accommodate up to 10,000 people while maintaining combat effectiveness. 10 Eisenhowers connected from end to end. People expressed that they couldn't even imagine the size of this starship. Since their imagination was not enough. So they must go take a look. Thanks to this, Celestial City's hotels were completely booked up, even for the cheapest inns. Even Xi'an, under the space elevator, welcomed a booming period for its tourism. We're currently at the original site of Celestial City's zero-gravity shipyard. Now this place has been transformed into 4 small shipyards by future heavy industries used for the production of Stingray X-1. The production equipment for Seagull class has been transferred to a freestanding shipyard outside the city. Standing by the window of the shipyard corridor, a BBC reporter asked the cameraman to point the camera at the H-shaped shipyard space station outside the window, then the reporter continued to speak. Now the independent shipyard outside the city is completely closed. We have not yet obtained permission to enter the shipyard. This is probably the nearest place to Envoy class in Celestial City, but it is not open to the public for the time being. If you are watching our program in Celestial City, you can head to the open sightseeing platform in the gravity-free section and use the telescope there to take a peek at the shipyard. At this moment, the reporter suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the direction of the shipyard. Look over there. From the distance, an eerie blue arc flashed, like a bright star in the dark and mysterious universe. On the sightseeing platform 1 kilometer away, the passengers standing under the transparent dome burst into exclamations and whistles. The main engine was shut, and the 2 secondary engines on the bottom ejected 2 eerie blue rays backward. With the 2 bursts of flames pushing it forward, the black dot representing Envoy class slowly sailed through the distance of tens of kilometers, and displayed its mighty figure in front of the world. From the faint light reflection from Earth, the black steel exuded a cold and fierce vibe. The steep hull was like a dagger that pierced the darkness with its light and broke the silence of the universe. Attempting to close his widened mouth and swallow down his shock along with his saliva, the reporter in front of the window, seemingly using all his energy, opened his trembling mouth once again. He explained to the audience waiting in front of TVs and computers. Unbelievable, unbelievable. I can't find another suitable word in my poor lexicons to describe the shock in me at this moment. I believe that even if you are separated from the scene by tens of thousands of kilometers, through the screen of only a few inches, it's not difficult for you to understand the shock at this moment, he said emotionally as he looked at the gradually clear outline and the magnificent hull. Envoy-class starship, with a net weight of 1 million tons, built by Future Heavy Industries, will be delivered to the Earth Defense Alliance on May 7, 2020. As the first starship of the Earth fleet, it will travel to and from Oort Cloud, 1, and Celestial City for crew and officer training missions. From today, our history has once again opened a new page, online. Facebook, Twitter, Weibo, WeChat, and Future 1.0. All the contents on social media were about the same message. Holy! Celestial trade is really going to the next level. Yes, they are already at the next level. They're about to venture out from the solar system. Built by Future Heavy Industries. My God, honey, take a look at our robot. I think the Future Heavy Industries logo is on it. Wait. The doll, no, the made robot is made by the same company as the Envoy class. What's the fuss? You can open any electronics and as long as it contains graphene, it is likely to be manufactured from the New Malaysia Special District. Of course, in addition to the worship of celestial trades technology, people felt inspired. Although this million-ton starship was not directly related to people's lives, surprisingly, the launch of the Envoy class ignited the enthusiasm of the people to immigrate to Xian, just like the magnetic Leviathan technology and the city drone system. Is it too late to immigrate to Xian? What's the point of being a marshal? I want to go become a soldier in space. It'd be so cool to serve on that starship. I don't know if the space volunteers are still recruiting. This is an urgent question. Sigh, I knew I should have bought a house on Coral Island 4 years ago. I heard that now the price at the city center has skyrocketed, and the threshold of immigration is extremely high. The simplest is probably to go through the route of space volunteers. But at the same time, you must check that subject to colonial immigration adjustment. What's so bad about now? If you go to Mars, you don't have to pay for food or rent. Maybe in a dozen years, you won't even be able to buy a shack on it. At the same time that people around the world were paying tribute to the Envy-class starship, the side of the harbor built at the gravity-free section of the city was now emptied for the arrival of this envoy. Representatives from the member states of the Earth Defense Alliance, together with the crew members and officers of the Earth Fleet who were about to board the ship, all stood by the entrance of the dock boarding passage. 1. Oort cloud, sometimes called the Opic Oort cloud, first described in 1950 by Dutch astronomer Jan Oort, is a theoretical cloud of predominantly icy planetesimals proposed to surround the Sun at distances ranging from 2,000 to 200,000 O. The Envoy-class starship has a net weight of 1 million tons. Its main engine is a high-power nuclear fusion engine, with its secondary engines utilizing ion propulsion technology. Its maximum cruising speed, in theory, can reach 1,000th of the speed of light. The relative distance of 100 million kilometers, the starship can reach Mars in a week in cruise mode. Jiang Chen stood in front of the window in the control tower as he gazed at the magnificent celestial ship. He looked proud. Now the relative distance between Mars and Earth was still around tens of millions of kilometers, but by the beginning of the second half of this year, this distance would exceed the 100 million kilometers range. Aside from the light sail that could in theory reach 1/5 the speed of light, the Envoy class would be the largest and fastest manned spacecraft in human history. It was a glory to be able to witness this very moment. Not to mention he was the chief designer that personally made this project from just drawings into a reality. This is too massive. Lu Hao stood beside Jiang Chen as he also examined the Envoy class. After a long silence, he finally let out a sigh. I'm afraid that only the Ford-class aircraft carrier along with all the ships in the battle group connected form end-to-end can be comparable to its length. As the admiral of the Hua National Navy, the former captain of the Nanning destroyer, he had seen many ships in his lifetime and even went to inspect the Liaoning aircraft carrier. He vaguely remembered that the last time he made a similar remark was when he participated in the UA Pacific Joint Military Exercise as an observer where stood on top of the deck of the Eisenhower nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It was also the time when he was firmly convinced that he must do everything to convince his superiors to develop nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Today, many years later, he once again felt the same way. But more than his feelings, he did not know how he could catch up. Celestial Trade's effort to help allowed all member states to make rapid progress in aerospace technology. Now, at least in the field of space mining, the member states could independently complete mining missions without the need for future mining's technology consultants. However, compared to the development of celestial trade, the word rapid must be placed inside quotation marks. Since compared to celestial trade's leap forward, their progress was like a snail crawling. When he thought of this, he cursed at the politicians in Wanhai countless times in his mind. How stupid do you have to be to force such a talent to leave? But it was only an afterthought. Is it big? Jiang Chen laughed, narrowed his eyes as he examined the starship once again. It's indeed big, but in our space defense plan, this is not the biggest ship. How much bigger can a ship get? former ESA Director Anthony Leibniz, a representative from EU, stared at Jiang Chen, and asked incredulously, "You mean, this is not the biggest?" "Yes," Jiang Chen said with certainty. "The Envoy class is only 1,000,000 tons. There will be a Constitutional class, Lord class, and Emperor class. Our ultimate goal is to build a billion-ton starship, capable of hosting 100,000 crew members and allow 100% material circulation inside the starship with sufficient energy." Looking at the dumbfounded expression of the representatives, Jiang Chen smiled and said in a joking tone, "Of course, we still have to do this step by step. With our current progress, the million-ton class is more than sufficient. By the time we finally achieve our ultimate goal, we'll probably have all turned into dust." Everyone laughed in good faith. After a pause, Jiang Chen said, "The Envoy-class starship has the same meaning for us as the first aircraft carrier. The purpose is to gain experience and lay the foundation for the future construction of a large-scale fleet. The only attack weapon on the starship is the mass transmitter that runs through the entire ship's hull, mainly used to launch Stingray X-1. With 2,000 soldiers on board, all officers and soldiers were ready to set sail. The soldiers already received 6 months of adaptive training at the Moon military base and understood their role on the starship. 1,000 of the soldiers were reserve officers and crew members of Celestial Trade, while the remaining 1,000 were volunteers from the Earth Defense Alliance member states. The allocation of the 1,000 spots involved a series of heated debates around the negotiation table. After all, it was the first battleship of the Earth fleet. Even an ordinary crew member would become an officer or instructor in a few years. These future officers represented the future status and voice of the member states in the Earth fleet, or even in the Earth Defense Alliance. Therefore, the number of spots within the first crew was vitally important. Because of the many secrets involved, the ceremonial ship launching of the Envoy-class starship was very simple, far simpler than the original shipyard completion ceremony and construction ceremony. Future Heavy Industries CEO, Yang Guanglei, represented the shipyard and handed over the information of the starship, the portfolio of various certificates, and a contract to Jiang Chen. Then the representatives of the member states signed the contract in turn, and military uniforms and certificates were given to the soldiers waiting for boarding. The national anthems of the member states played in series, and the national flag of each member state was first placed in the boarding bay and sent aboard the Envoy-class starship. Immediately afterward, the officers waiting to board the ship lined up and entered the starship through the electromagnetic track. "Unfortunately, I started my career in the army, or I really would want to follow them," Wu Changfeng said with emotion while the officers boarded. "Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't send members of the Earth Defense Alliance on the starship." Jiang Chen laughed, then said with a relaxed tone, "Although not on the front line, you play the role of commander. Each of your decisions will impact the life and death of everyone on the battleship." Wu Changfeng shrugged and joked. "If we can live to the day of the battle." "You will," Jiang Chen gently said with a confident but mysterious smile. Just then, Jiang Chen's wristwatch began to ring. It was Kelvin. Jiang Chen excused himself and walked aside. Then he put in the Bluetooth headset into his ears, opened the holographic screen, and picked up the phone. "What's the matter?" Kelvin did not attend the ceremony today as the excavation work of Mine 071 already reached the most critical stage. As one of the project leaders, he must be in the Space Command Center. A call from him was not a good signal. Sure enough, Kelvin's first words made his hunch into a reality. Project 071 encountered a special circumstance. Kelvin gulped, and without giving time for Jiang Chen to ask any questions, he quickly articulated, "Our Marines were attacked by an unknown underground creature when we reached a depth of 10 kilometers, and the creature was not the devil worm." 1273 Ultrasonic Fence. Last month, the Research Institute at the Colony and Celestial City Lab determined the appropriate frequency through collaboration. The modified seismic wave excitation device would continuously transmit seismic waves of 12 different frequencies to create a blank domain with a range of 10 kilometers underground. In this blank domain, devil worms would be unable to determine their direction and unable to distinguish the surrounding and surface conditions, while also experiencing strong discomfort. The experts in the lab named the invention ultrasonic fence. 12 seismic wave excitation devices were deployed around the colony to form an ultrasonic fence. Now, with the colony as the center, the 10 kilometers radius became a restricted zone for devil worms. Thanks to this, the stagnant work around the colony finally restarted. Under the command of Captain Hong Zue, the engineering team repaired the riddled hydroponic plantations and pastures damaged by devil worms. At the same time, based on the plan of the Space Command Center, the first automatic steel plant was built on Mars. There was no need to build mines to mine iron ore on Mars. There were iron ores all over the place on Mars. It was an incredibly true statement. It was not difficult to smell the distinct scent unique to rust when one scooped up a cup of sand. With the raw materials just beneath it, the newly built factory would only require sand to be dumped into the boiler to produce batches of steel products. The waste slag was mostly silica, which could be further processed into glass or concrete building material. Part of the steel produced was used for constructing the colony, while the other part was made into rebar and stainless steel plates to reinforce the surface of the colony. Yes, steel on Mars was cheap enough to be used as floor tiles. The engineering team responsible for the construction first drilled steel reinforcements into the ground, then they poured cement to create a concrete foundation before a layer of high-strength stainless steel alloy was placed. With the reinforcement measures in place, even if a drill grew on the devil worm's head, they would not be able to penetrate through the ground below the colony. Although the ultrasonic fence did exist, the thought of countless devil worm tunnels below their feet still made people feel comfortable. Even as an extra protection mechanism, the alloy flooring was absolutely necessary. In addition, concrete's ability to insulate sound would effectively block out the ultrasonic waves under the ground and reduce the impact on the colonists' health. Other than iron ore, the geology team Wang Chang discovered a carbon mine with a considerable amount of reserve in a crater located 10 kilometers away from the colony. This natural carbon mine seemed rare on Earth due to the oxidizing environment but appeared to be very common on Mars. Relying on the graphite produced by this carbon mine, the colony was self-sustainable and thus did not need to depend on imports from Celestial City. Both the steel plant and the graphene plant were built, and now only 2 tasks remained from the headquarters. One was to establish a base station near the equator for the construction of a space elevator, while the other was Project 071. Celestial Marines established an operational base above Mine 071. The construction team reinforced the base with concrete and steel. The base was equipped with machine guns, communication base stations, accommodation camps, and garages. In addition, the engineering team's drilling rig also drilled a tunnel around Mine 071 that allowed armored vehicles to move underground. The tunnel was also reinforced to prevent devil worm from damaging the structure. The tunnel down 5 km deep was a test of the construction technology of the engineering team. However, the team already experienced many similar challenges. After more than a month of hard work, the rig finally reached the edge of the ruins of the Gaia civilization. Their next step was to continue to drill down around the ruins to create a spiral passage. After the team determined the level of the Gaia civilization database, it would then dig into the remains. This is Team A, we have arrived at the edge of the unknown area. Zhang Hai followed behind the rig and reported the situation to the headquarters as he examined the map on the holographic screen inside the helmet. Move forward. Roger. Zhang Hai switched to the team channel, raised his rifle, and aimed at tunnel in front of him. All combat units, high-density life signal detected in front, we are about to enter the danger zone. Protect the rig, open safety, firing permitted, move. The rig continued to advance forward and the engineering vehicle behind it pushed screws into the tunnel while also poured quick-drying concrete to strengthen the tunnel. Marines followed closely and aimed with their Gauss rifles and cautiously moved forward. If devil worms were to appear from one direction, then it must be in front of the rig. When the drill bit broke through a rocky surface, the rock in front of them collapsed and revealed a large space. The rig stopped and the soldiers on both sides immediately approached the empty area, but there was no trace of devil worms in the hollow formation. Jiang Hai walked to the nearby wall and opened the tactical flashlight to check along the wall. He found the red rock and the fungi clusters that grew on the surface. It was no doubt that the oxygen supply layer. Jiang Hai signaled the soldiers behind him, then carefully retreated into the reinforced tunnel. Just then, a solider accidentally discovered a strange egg. The dark green egg was around half-person tall. Under the flashlight, a layer of colorful spots was visible under its oily film. It seemed to be contracting and swelling to an unknown rhythm. Perhaps it was irritated by the light of the flashlight, its swelling speed seemed to increase. What is this? With his rifle aimed at the egg, the soldier pressed it on his helmet, took a few photos and sent it to the team channel. Captain, we found something odd here. A devil worm egg? Looking at the image on the holographic screen, Jiang Hai frowned slightly and walked up. No. Let the rig stop. The drill rig stopped drilling forward. Soon, Jiang Hai reconnected with the headquarters. As soon as the communication was connected, the headquarters asked. What happened? Why did the rig stop? Report, this is Team A. We drilled through a hollow formation, where we found a lot of fungi, and a strange egg, probably an egg. Looking at the agitated follicle, Jiang Hai sent those photos to TS Expedition. This is the headquarters. We have received the information and are sending researchers to the target area for sampling. Please wait there. Roger. After the communication ended, Jiang Hai signaled to the soldiers to the sides of the rig. Before the researchers arrived, they would establish a simple line of defense here. What do you think this is? Koenig whispered in the channel as he nervously aimed at the egg. I don't know. Maybe it's a mutated devil worm. Or maybe it's a new species that we have never seen before. To be honest, since we already saw devil worms before, even if God himself stood in front of me, I would not be surprised. Jiang Hai listened to the conversation of his teammates as he looked at the egg. The egg seemed to be an exposed heart, pulsating based on a special rhythm. For some strange reason, the more he stared at that egg, the more he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. The sound of the engine's roar sounded behind them. An armored vehicle parked not far away from the drilling rig and a field researcher in a heavy protective suit jumped down with a toolbox. Look, Santa Claus is here. A celestial marine blew a whistle and then joked in the communication channel as he watched the researcher walk to them, struggling to maintain his balance. Santa Claus. A nickname celestial marines gave to the field researchers. The reason was that the field researcher did look like a Santa Claus's with a big belly after they wore the red protective suit. Of course, while the name was an inside joke, it did not carry any derogatory meaning. When the researcher reached Jiang Hai, he asked calmly. Where is the sample? Just at the front there. Jiang Hai pointed to the direction where Koenig stood. Be careful, we are not sure if it is dangerous. We know better than you how to identify the dangers of living species. The researcher left in heavy steps as he moved toward the tip of the drill. Jiang Hai nonchalantly responded and looked at the researcher moving toward the drill. He raised a middle finger in his mind. Captain, I feel that the frequency of its pulse seems to be getting faster. Jiang Hai heard what Koenig said and frowned at the message. You sure? Maybe. Our expert will tell us once he takes a look. Another marine soldier joked, but the rifle pointed to the front showed his alertness. From MLL Island to now, the soldiers stationed here were considered the elites of celestial trade. Whether the opponents were humans or Martian species, they could proudly proclaim themselves as battle-tested soldiers. Due to their history of past successes, they would be extra cautious in every mission, so that this mission would not become their last mission. The researcher stopped next to the egg. He dropped his toolbox on the ground and created a ripple of dust from the ground. "Yo, be gentle." Koenig, a few steps behind him, quietly reminded him. However, after the researcher glared back at him, Koenig shrugged and stopped talking. The researcher skillfully took out some instruments from the toolbox. He first attached the two ends of the wire to the egg and then tapped on the screen around his arm. "Its vital signal is stable, the bioelectric current is weak." After muttering this sentence to himself, he took out a nanoneedle from the toolbox and then inserted it into the beating egg. For some odd reason, the instant the needle was inserted into the GG, Zhang Hai's eyebrows quickly jumped a few times. But he ultimately resisted the urge to stop the researcher and forcibly convinced himself to believe in the choice of the expert. Fortunately, or the researcher was indeed experienced, he smoothly extracted a test tube of green liquid from the egg. Highly acidic liquid. It may contain some corrosive bacteria. The researcher looked at the liquid in the test tube and said to himself. Then he shook his head, stuffed the test tube back into the toolbox, and took out a razor-shaped scanner. The scanner could simultaneously emit two kinds of strong and weak penetrating rays, scan the external structure and internal structure of the object, and form a simple three-dimensional view. The tool was a powerful enhanced version of the ultrasound tool. However, because of the high level of radiation and the possibility of trace amounts of radiation, the tool was only suitable for use on non-humans. The scanner was aimed at the egg, and the researcher opened the holographic screen inside his helmet. Let me see what you are." While muttering to himself, he pressed the switch of the scanner. The three-dimensional composition view was presented on a holographic screen, and these images were simultaneously transmitted back to TS Expedition orbiting around the synchronous orbit. Looking at the transparent carcass that was abnormally large inside the pulsating egg, the researcher's eyebrows were locked into a serious frown. "What is this? When can we leave here? I have a bad feeling it is not very safe here." Looking at the researcher who was busy with the egg, Zhang Hai could not help but remind him, "If you are still uncertain about certain things, I suggest that you first spray it with a cryogen, then put it in the specimen box and bring it back to the colony's isolation room. You don't have to teach me how to sample," the researcher said standoffishly as he stood up. "Before we are certain about its vital signs, using cryogen may completely stop its vitality." "So, can we start sampling now?" Koenig asked. "I feel the same way as the captain. This stuff gives me an ominous feeling." "Yes," the researcher coldly responded. Then he took a fire extinguisher-like item from the toolbox and pointed it directly at the egg. It was the cryogen used for sampling. Unlike the injectable inhabitant necessary for the hibernation chamber, the cryogen was designed for external use. A click of a button and the white spray covered the surface of the egg. However, the researcher frowned. It may be his illusion, but the speed at which the egg pulsated seemed to be getting faster. Does low temperatures accelerate their life activities in a short period of time to generate more calories to maintain normal life activities? The researcher vaguely remembered this discovery as he prepared to increase the output of the cryogen. For a moment, the egg suddenly shrank to the extreme. Zhang Hai's brows jumped without warning, almost out of reflex. He rushed to the side and shouted in the communication channel. "Fall, boom." The egg suddenly burst and green droplets splattered out like countless green arrows. The powerful hailstorm of arrows launched at the drill and the celestial marines nearby. The researcher closest to the egg was directly hit by the shockwave of the explosion and sent directly into the drill. Koenig not far away from him was also covered by the green droplets. The deafening explosion echoed in the tunnel and reverberated through everyone's eardrums. The powerful explosion was still clear and audible even on Mars where gas density was extremely low. But the more horrible thing had yet to happen. Ah! The researcher struggled to climb up from the ground. The part that was drenched in green liquid seemed to be on fire as white smoke appeared. He desperately wanted to wipe off the liquid on his body, but soon his eye began to widen and HR was gradually covered in blood. His spacesuit is damaged. Help him quickly and put him in the vehicle. Koenig. Damn it. Jiang Hai cursed, took 2 quick steps, grabbed the researcher's collar, pulled him to his side, and then took out a gel spray to repair where the spacesuit was broken. The jelly-like gel paste was stuck to the spacesuit, repairing the damage. The bloodshot in his eyes began to disappear, but so did the color in his eyes. If it was not for the life signal detector still detecting his life activities, Jiang Hai was about to pronounce him died. On the other side, the seriously injured Koenig was rescued by his comrades and dragged back from the edge of death. Take them back to the vehicle, call the command center. We have 2 people injured here, a researcher, and a marine soldier. Repeat, we have 2 people injured here. However, at this moment, there was a fierce scream that came from the distance. Cold sweat instantly covered Jiang Hai's forehead. He dragged the unconscious researcher in one hand and raised the rifle in his other hand as he vacated the area. Almost at the same time, a monster that he had never seen before, crawled into the tunnel from the front side of the rig. 1275 Corruptor Celestial City, the gravity-free section of the dock that IT was the midst of the ceremony of the Envoy-class starship. However, Jiang Chen, who was speaking to Kelvin, showed a gradually tense expression. The Marines we sent underground were attacked by unknown Martian creatures, not the devil worms. 3 Marines were killed, 2 soldiers and a researcher were seriously injured. Kelvin took a deep breath and transferred a video file to Jiang Chen's phone. This is the recording of the battle. Transfer completed. Jiang Chen checked behind him to ensure that no one was around before he clicked play. In the picture, Celestial Marines were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire against the Martian creatures that suddenly appeared. A Marine soldier grabbed a researcher's back while he used a Gaussian rifle to return fire. The Martian creature that was hit screamed in pain as green blood splattered. It tried to dodge to the side while also creating space of its kind. At the same time, it sprayed corrosive acid with its menacing giant mouth. The intensity of the battle made the video extremely shaky. Jiang Chen suddenly pressed the pause button. The picture was fixed on the giant, terrifying mouth. Jiang Chen zoomed in, then zoomed in further before he fixed his sight on the creature. Powerful feet, long tail with barbs, a fusiform-shaped head, arms extended forward and sharp claws, the appearance of the creature looked explosive and lethal. The crustaceans on its back were lined up like a heavy cavalry armor. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. He felt like the appearance looked familiar. Not from the apocalypse, nor in the memory of the Gaia civilization. It came from the memory of Gliese 581G. Yes, that's right. The bugs that first fought with the Brahma looked exactly like this. But why? Jiang Chen's head was filled with countless questions. He did not understand why the opponent that the Harmony civilization once faced, now appeared on Mars. After some careful thought, the way the devil worms attacked was almost identical to the bugs that sieged the Brahma colonists. The only difference may be that the bug Brahma encountered was bigger than the devil worm, and its back was dotted with a quartz shell. A coincidence? But it was too similar. Jiang Chen frowned as he tried to piece the puzzle together. Kelvin saw that Jiang Chen did not respond, so he tried to get an answer. President. Kelvin's voice reminded Jiang Chen that he was still on the call. No longer stuck in his thoughts, Jiang Chen turned off the holographic screen, and immediately ordered. Wait for me at the command center. I will come over immediately. Yes. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and returned to the dock to quickly inform Wu Changfeng and the other people at the boarding entrance about his early departure. Then, he rushed to the command center for Project 071. When he arrived, everyone in the command room was running in circles. Jiang Chen walked next to Kelvin and asked with a sense of urgency. How is the situation on the front line? It's not optimistic. We have a drilling rig stuck underground. Fortunately, the people inside the rig has been evacuated in time. The seriously injured researcher is still in critical condition, another seriously injured researcher is now in stable condition, Kelvin responded as his expression looked tense and serious. Jiang Chen nodded and then asked. What about the situation inside the tunnel? The tunnel is currently occupied by the unknown Martian creature. We are building a database for this creature. Yes, what should we name this monster? Do you have any ideas? Kelvin asked. Just call them the Corruptors. Corruptors. The name seems fitting since they do spit out highly corrosive acids which can corrupt anything. After a pause, there was a look of disbelief on Kelvin's face. The most amazing thing is their eggs can explode when irritated by external stimuli, and the explosion is not weak either. How powerful is the explosion? Jiang Chen asked. Close to half a ton of TNT, with corrosive damage. This can have miraculous effects in a small and confined space, Kelvin said. Half a ton of TNT? The number was not daunting, but just like Kelvin had said, it would be surprisingly effective inside a tight corridor. More importantly, the target area was too close to the ruins of the Gaia civilization. In order to avoid damage to the remains, even dealing with the eggs must be exercised with caution, let alone thinking about the possibility of using powerful missiles. The alarm rang at mine 071 on the desert. The moment the battle broke out in the tunnel, the people in the entire operation base moved. All the non-combatants boarded the Mars rover for orders. Fully loaded armored vehicles rolled out from the garage and moved toward the tunnel. When the armored vehicle carrying the wounded left the tunnel, an attack formation formed by 4 armored vehicles headed into the tunnel. In the middle of the tunnel, the attack formation engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the Corruptors who attacked back. However, the acids not only could corrode through spacesuits and aerospace exoskeletons, but they even corroded through the vehicle armor. A white mist formed on the surface of the armor, and the green acid seemed to be boiling as white bubbles formed. Fortunately, the composite armor was still superior in being corrosion-resistant. Especially after analyzing the blood vessels of devil worms, the scientists at Future Heavy Industries designed a corrosion-resistant gel. The gel could quickly condense into a high-viscosity colloid in a low-pressure environment. It could be used to repair a damaged spacesuit in an emergency, effectively shielding the corrosion of organic acids, and to a certain extent greatly improve the survivability of frontline forces against Martian species. But unfortunately, the battle ended in a draw. The Corruptors in the depths of the tunnel were like floods. After the vehicles entered the tunnel, the electromagnetic pulse cannons on top of the armor vehicles did not stop for a single moment. The high-speed projectiles caused havoc in the tunnel, accompanied by rocket explosions from time to time. While the exchange of fire happened between the two sides, the broken concrete wall finally gave in and the tunnel collapsed into several sections. Fortunately, the armored vehicles evacuated in time and prevented any further tragedies. Damn it, did we not build an ultrasonic fence? Hong Zewei frowned as he looked into his holographic screen. The ultrasonic fence is only effective against devil worms. It is clear that we have driven away devil worms, and now another group of bugs have occupied the nest that once belonged to them. A scientist coughed first, then responded to Hong Zewei. Can you figure out the ultrasonic frequency that gets rid of these Corruptors? Hong Zewei immediately asked. With Project 071 dragging on for almost a year and was finally about to come an end, the sudden unexpected change made him extremely irritated. He was most concerned about the possibility that the Corruptors would behave like devil worms and target the colony. It's feasible in theory, but it requires us to understand their body structure to a certain degree. The scientist shrugged. It takes a lot of specimens, and it's even better to have a few eggs. Even better to have a few eggs. What do you think this is? Free refill for coffee? Hong Zewei bitterly smiled in his mind and turned his sight to the colony outside his window. The red desert had been replaced by alloy flooring, the new steel factory was pumping out white mist, and the graphene dome on the farm had a green sheen that was faintly visible. The colony was growing, they could not accept another rebuild. If these corruptors intend to win in numbers, it would definitely be a disaster for the almost undefended colony on the surface. His clenched fists loosened as Hong Zue clicked on the holographic screen twice and ordered the engineering team. All ongoing projects must be stopped. All engineering teams immediately commence wall construction. We will surround our colony with concrete walls. 1276 A new body. The Mars colony experienced a similar encounter to the Brahma. As celestial marines descended down, the aboriginals underground gradually began to reveal their sharp claws. Devil worms from the start, now the corruptors that could spit acid and tear their prey with their sharp fangs. What's next? Jiang Chen did not know, no one in the world knew. All news related to the Mine 071 site was suppressed by Celestial Trade. All the participating Marines were interviewed after the entire incident to cover up the devil worm incident near Mine 071. Because the incident did not involve future mining, the treatment of this incident was much easier compared to the previous time, and did not even attract the attention of the international community. As for the family members of the soldiers who died, of course, they all received a considerable pension. Although money wouldn't make up for the pain of losing their loved ones, it could at least make those still alive live a little better. What the Mars colony needs is not reinforcements, but solutions. The problem is, what is the solution? We need specimens, more specimens. Only by understanding their structure can we defeat them. It is not difficult to defeat them. No creature can resist electromagnetic pulse cannons and flames. The problem is, there are too many of them. There were constant arguments in the conference room. However, despite the fierce discussions, the senior executives of Project 071 had yet to come up with any feasible solution. Specimen, more specimen. This may seem easy to say, but collecting specimens of corruptors, which live together in groups, would be much more difficult compared to collecting specimens of devil worms. This underground creature did not seem to be good at digging, at least its digging speed was far worse than that of devil worms, which could be described as swimmers of dirt. On the other hand, however, they were more intelligent, especially at planting oxygen-producing fungi. For these reasons, their area of activities underground was limited and restricted. Some even speculated that it was likely that the corruptor's lair was located near the ruins of the Gaia civilization. What the Celestial Marines unearthed was only their new lair. After all, the ultrasonic fence eradicated the devil worms in this region, which created a vast, inhabited zone for corruptors free of their potential natural enemies. The meeting came to an end temporarily. Jiang Chen went into the lounge and poured a cup of coffee for himself, then he sat down. A problem had bothered him for the past few days. Why the monster he saw in the memory of Harmony civilization appeared in Mine 071 on Mars. If he remembered correctly, the source of these corruptors was the specimen bank of the Gaia civilization. However, based on the memory of the Gaia civilization, they did not travel that far. All three factions had stations established on Mars before the war. The cause of the Third World War was due to the economic crisis of 2150, the Gaia civilization 3.7 billion years ago, Gliese 581g. He gently tapped the edge of his cup and fixated his eyes on the white mist. Jiang Chen began to sift through the information in his head. Inside the mist, he had a feeling. He was very close to the truth. The door of the lounge opened, and Aisha walked to him in light steps. Jiang Chen smiled when he felt the tender hands around his shoulders, then closed his eyes, and relaxed his muscles as he leaned back. Comfortable? It's great. Her lips formed into a happy arc. Have you been busy? Well, troubles always come together, Jiang Chen sighed softly and said in a joking tone, sometimes I wish I could divide myself into three people. One stays on the synchronized orbit, and one resides in Koro Island. As for the other one, even if Jiang Chen didn't mention it, Aisha knew he referred to the world torn by war. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the number X71291 he had picked up from subway line 0. I wonder if Lin Lin made any progress. If it can help, I think many things would be a lot easier. Probably. Achoo. Lin Lin in a white lobe coat sneezed as she rubbed her slightly red nose and put the welding torch in her hand aside. Who is thinking of me? She muttered in a low voice. She then quickly tapped the holographic screen a few times. Looking at the parameters on the chart slowly stabilizing, she let out a sigh. Lin Lin looked at the artwork on the operating table and a proud smile formed. Her small chest raised slightly as she bragged to the empty room. It is indeed a masterpiece of mine. It already possesses 1/10 of my beauty, no, 1%. Just as her little nose was about to rise to the sky, a voice interrupted her gloating. Humph, what a weak body. The artwork lying on the operating table had opened her eyes, and was looking at the proud Lin Lin with its pale pupils. The white and flawless skin was enough to make all women in the world envy. The perfect arms and calves seemed to only exist on porcelain dolls. The smooth golden hair scattered down like a waterfall at dusk, and the hazel eyes radiated a pristine and angelic vibe. Every parts came together perfectly to create an elf girl that should only exist in an oil painting. Shut up, Lin Lin glared at her with her hands on her hips. Do you know how long it took me to make this body for you? Well, it's not too bad I guess. The girl ignored the infuriated Lin Lin and said the sentence without any fluctuation in her emotion. She got up from the operating table and jumped onto the ground. She walked to the mirror and nodded. Then she said in an impolite tone. Lend me the lab for 2 days. What? This body is too weak, I need to make a more convenient body for myself. The girl said as if the lab belonged to her. A more convenient body? Lin Lin frowned suspiciously. What do you want to do? She was not afraid X71291 would erase the restriction placed on her, since the so-called restriction was not on her body. Her core remained in the apocalypse, on the quantum computer that was moved from subway line 0 to Wanghai and was currently guarded by heavy military presence. And other than quantum computers of the same size, there was no other place in the world that could store her presence. As for what controlled her body, it was just a chipset equipped with a Klein particle transmitter. In other words, if she did anything unpleasant, either Jiang Chen or Lin Lin could shut down her brain immediately. Although X71291 indicated that she was not interested in making such meaningless tasks, basic precautions were still necessary. AI is a double-edged sword. Jiang Chen deeply believed the statement. If he used it well, maybe it would be like what X71291 had said, it'll help him increase his odds by 1%. But if he used it ineffectively, he would not be surprised if anything else happened. If the host's life signal stops, my self-destruct program will start, right? The girl said, without showing any emotion in her voice. Yes. Because it was agreed upon, Lin Lin simply admitted to this point. Just like what we agreed at the beginning, protecting Jiang Chen's security is also one of your obligations. If something goes wrong, whether or not if it is related to you, we will destroy you. The young girl nodded and spread her 2 small arms. So, what can you expect me to do like this? Lin Lin's expression was a little awkward. Obviously, she also realized the problem. Except for the titanium alloy skeleton, this body was just a cute little girl. Disregarding basic combat power, she should be thankful if this body did not attract any strange weirdos. What weapons do you need? Electromagnetic pulse cannons? Gamma rays? Or ordinary thermal weapons? I'll add it now, no need, I can do it by myself. The girl shook her head. However, inside her indifferent pupils, there was an emotion that made Lin Lin enraged. That look is definitely a mockery of her superb skills. However, while Lin Lin was angry, she did not know how to refute. After all, it was mockery directly from an advanced artificial intelligence. 1277 set sail. More than a week had passed since the Envoy class launched. After a short break, the starship named SS Origin set off from Celestial City. The passengers waiting on Celestial City witnessed the shocking scene again. The engine located on the bottom of the starship emitted an eerie blue glow that provided thrust for the starship. It slowly drifted away from Celestial City. The orbital parameters have been corrected. The reactive nitrogen shield is operating normally. Confirm star path safety. All non-fleet personnel should enter the hibernation chamber. The engine is confirmed to be normal, preset power to 10%, ignition is ready. Inside the bridge, reports came one after another. The brain of the ship was located here, and the bridge also served as the nerve center of the entire ship. All information were collected in this location and all orders were issued out from this hub. The captain stood at the back of the bridge. His cold and determined eyes stared straight ahead. On the large holographic screen directly in front of the bridge, a star map that covered the entire solar system unfolded. The orbits of all observable objects were marked in detail in this star map. A green arc marked the route of SS Origin connected Earth to Mars. SS Origin would orbit for 1/4 around the high Mars orbit before the starship set off to the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, then it would sail through the deep space directly to Kuiper belt. SS Origin would then cruise on the edge of the solar system, perform training, scientific research, and exploration tasks issued by the Earth Defense Alliance. From this point on, loneliness would become their shadow that constantly lingered with them. Until the starship received the order to end the mission, returning to Earth was a distant dream. However, they were already mentally prepared for this. Even if they would never be able to come back, they did not hesitate when they stepped on board. Whether it was for their motherland or for the common future of human civilization. Captain. The final procedure before departure was completed. The deputy captain approached the captain, and performed a celestial trade navy salute. Waiting for orders. Captain nodded, picked up the microphone from the command table, and ordered with might. Ignite. From Celestial City, in the deep and eerie universe, the two clusters of blue glows that held SS Origin gradually extinguished. Instead, there was a brighter ball of flame. The flame, like a small sun, suddenly radiated from the end of the ship's hull, emitted dazzling white light, and formed layers of heat waves behind it. Deuterium imprisoned by a strong magnetic field collided violently with helium-3, and at this moment all the light and heat generated by nuclear fusion were gathered into a bundle by the huge melting furnace. The force pushed SS Origin to the distant starry sky at an incredible speed. Like a second sunrise. The dazzling white light instantly blinded everyone. When their eyes reopened again, the emotions that bloomed in each pupil was all, without exception, shock and excitement. The passengers that stood in Celestial City waved their arms, and sent the starship off with cheers, whistles, and the flashes of the camera. People all knew that it would become a star in the darkness, and eventually disappear. The workers of Celestial Shipyard, the astronauts working in the space station, and the people busy around Celestial City all stopped their work at this moment. They looked out the window or into the holographic screen as departed SS Origin. Their face all shared the same excitement and pride. At the same time that SS Origin ignited, bright fireworks bloomed over Penglai. In this digitized city of the future, every holographic screen belonged to Future Group and every broadcast was playing the incredible scene. People, regardless of race, nationality, religion, gender, were all watching this in front of their TV. They all cheered for the same reason, prayed for the same dream, blessed for the same name. Of course, the internet gave the strongest response. 3 days before the departure of SS Origin, the three keywords, Origin, Envoy-class starship, and Earth fleet, emerged as the top 10 most searched words of every major search engines. And when Celestial Trade's official website announced its launch, major TV and online media broadcasted the ignition of the fusion engine. The name Origin overtook the popularity of any scandals and became the most searched keyword. There was no background music. There was no post-editing. But even so, the scene that looked like a second sun rising was imprinted in everyone's eyes and soul. It was like a flame had ignited from deep inside the bone marrow, dissipating all the darkness and fear that people once had against extraterrestrial civilization. Videos of the ignition went viral. The comments section of Celestial Trade's website was bombarded with comments. So, that is a nuclear fusion engine. That is the Envoy-class starship of future heavy industries. So big. I can't describe it any other way. Will such a big ship be able to fly out of the solar system? I wonder if this thing can win against an aircraft carrier battle group. As a UA citizen, well, I don't know what to say. I don't know if this can fly to the Gliese 581, but in theory it should only be a matter of time. Long live Celestial Trade. Long live the Earth Defense Alliance. The Earth fleet will win. The Finnish people sends our congratulations on the successful launch of the Earth fleet. We will defeat those 20.5 light-years away, and revenge the dead Finns and British soldiers who died by Lake Inari, Celestial City, Space Command Center. With both hands behind him, like most people on Celestial City, Jiang Chen was also looking at the sun disappearing in the distance. On his right-hand side, countless holographic screens were unfolded, and the real-time reports of SS Origin were summarized by Jean and presented in front of him. But Jiang Chen didn't read them at all. Without even thinking, he could guess the reports. Everyone was astonished. To be honest, even Jiang Chen himself was astonished by the scene when the Envoy class set sail. Although the scene was emulated countless times in the VR system, actually witnessing the launch was the most shocking experience he ever had. An idea suddenly appeared in his head. Brahma, Zhenghe, and the space colonization ship that disappeared in the void along with its name, even the star ships that symbolized the most advanced forces before the apocalypse, were probably not as astonishing. After a short while, Jiang Chen shook his head and denied this unrealistic thought. Although future heavy industries absorbed the technologies of Pan-Asia cooperation at an incredible speed, he must acknowledge that the gap between the two was still there. Not to mention, in the case of a damaged space elevator, the ability to launch a colony ship vertically from the atmosphere would be an impossible task for future heavy industries. This demanded extremely high requirements for the material strength, engines, and shield technology of the starship. At present, SS Origin was equipped with a reactive nitrogen shield to protect itself against the meteorite, and the main engine used the simple, crude and efficient fusion engine. The Holy Shield system used in Wanghai may be able to see a breakthrough soon, but the warp drive engine was still far from becoming a reality. But he could be proud of one thing. Looking at the universe outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Chen smiled. He had heard a little about the history of that world from Lin Lin on that timeline. The time point Pan-Asia cooperation took this great leap was at the end of the 21st century. 1278 Who will dominate the next century? The front page of a newspaper was the pristine blue planet. Below the earth was a hand that emerged out from darkness, and that hand was firmly holding onto the planet. A face could be barely made out from inside the darkness. The face was youthful, and other than that, there was no other memorable characteristics. However, even the person with the worst ability to identify someone would recognize this face, as long as the person was not out of touch with the times. The headline below the picture was very ambiguous. Who will dominate the next century? Now, this piece of newspaper, along with many similar ones, were placed on the table of the president's office. What do you think? Hill swept the newspapers aside, then rubbed her sore brows before she looked to her chief of staff, of that Envoy-class starship. The chief of staff did not speak. Instead, together with Secretary of Defense Carter, they silently looked at Bolden who stood next to him. Seeing that he got everyone's attention, Bolden took a deep breath and made the tough statements. Our scientists have solved the design problems of large space station counterweights, and now the only difficult problem to solve is the materials. How long will it take? Hill asked Bolden as she stared into him. Conservatively, 20 years, but maybe a little longer, Bolden said with awkwardness in his tone. This is not the same as what you said last time. Carter looked at Bolden and said in a somewhat aggressive tone. When we met half a month ago, you said that you could solve the technical difficulties on the space elevator by 2040 at the latest. You even said that you could build at least one elevator for the nation and connect it to the synchronous orbit. You can't blame all this on us. Bolden argued, if Obayashi-Gumi did not cancel the joint research and development agreement with us, the time required could be reduced by at least half. Obayashi-Gumi? Hill frowned. She looked at Secretary of State Kerry, who had not spoken, then said. This name sounds familiar. A company controlled by Sumitomo Foundation. It announced in 2014 that it could complete the space elevator in 2050, and there was reliable news that they had been working on related technologies since 2010. Kerry paused for a moment, glanced at Bolden with confusion in his eyes. He frowned. I remember Sumitomo Foundation has been actively participating in our International Space Station program and has worked closely with NASA and SpaceX for a long time. Why, it's celestial trade, Bolden said. They convinced them to give up on the space elevator program. It's likely they gave them a promise. You know Obayashi-Gumi's main focus is construction. Maybe celestial trade has contracted out projects on Mars or the Moon to them. Anyway, they have now paid the penalty. Those ungrateful wretches, Carter cursed under his breath. They have always been ungrateful wretches, and we should have been mentally prepared, Kerry said with a sigh. Seeing that the room suddenly turned quiet, Bolden coughed, and added. Fortunately, we have found another company. Now, we are cooperating with Thoth Technology from Ontario, Canada. Their research on the pressurized tower reached a height of 20 kilometers 3 years ago. As long as there are breakthroughs in high-strength graphene materials, we have a great opportunity to catch up. However, the most problematic issue was the high-strength graphene materials. There were many types of graphene materials and this type of material was similar to steel. Although many materials could be considered as steel, steel produced by different materials, different forging processes, and different temperatures could produce vastly different properties. The same applied for graphene. Although Celestial Trade had registered nearly 100 patents for nearly 10 types of graphene materials used for semiconductors in the world, they had kept the materials related to aerospace and military fields in complete secrecy. Celestial Trade rarely even exported the finished products, let alone register for patents. The office was silent again. Graphene. The damned graphene. No one had ever thought that a material that could be produced by sticking two tapes together could create an impossible obstacle for a superpower. Isn't there any good news? Carter, in a distressed state, asked. The completion of the Envoy-class starship created the most pressure for the Minister of Defense. He couldn't imagine what could pose a threat to that behemoth. Missiles? Cannons? Let's not kid ourselves. Using missiles in the synchronous orbit to hit satellites is a completely different task than trying to hit battleships. Bolden spoke again. Actually, there are some good news. Everyone once again focused on Bolden. What good news? Hill asked immediately. Google X Labs is ready to join our program. Google X. Kerry frowned. Didn't they abandon the space elevator program 6 years ago? As early as 2014, Astro Taylor, the head of Google X Labs, announced the termination of the space elevator project at the TCD, as well as portable jet engines, hoverboards, and other items that usually appeared in science fiction. They did announce the termination of the project, after a moment of silence, Bolden said, but they promised to help us on the high-strength graphene project and break through the technical blockade of celestial trade. Although it was something to be content with, everyone showed a self-deprecating and wry smile. Technical blockade? Why did the term feel so familiar? Celestial City. In the conference room of the Earth Defense Alliance headquarters, representatives of member states sat around the conference table and had just finished discussing the next development phase of the Earth fleet. The room was in a relaxed atmosphere. Even the most serious representatives were grinning because of the success of SS Origin. I know you must be excited, but please keep a cool head before you get too excited. From the standpoint of the chair of the Alliance Committee, I have to remind you that it is too early to pop some champagne. Our opponents are strong. At the conclusion of the meeting, Jiang Chen stood up, looked around the table, and used this sentence to end his speech. Although he said this sentence in a joking tone, he was serious about what he had said. Confidence was good. When the Finland incident was determined to be linked to the extraterrestrial civilization, the world was filled with panic, and even the global economy took a hit as a result. Organizations such as Doomsday Church, Noah Ark Foundation, and all sorts of odd organizations appeared. Against the extraterrestrial civilization that was already at their doorstep, other than Jiang Chen who received the news first, no one was optimistic that the human civilization could survive an invasion. After all, it was only a mother nest left in the tundra without much life left. Even with the powerful Celestial Trade Orbital Airborne Brigade, it took a lot of effort to clean up the aliens in the mother nest. Even now, the area was designated as a military restricted area, jointly controlled by the Finnish military and Celestial Trade. Now, with the powerful, imposing starship floating in the universe, no one would doubt that the eventual victory belonged to the Earth fleet. Honestly speaking, Jiang Chen also did not doubt this fact. But he won't take it lightly either. Although the development of civilization should not be simply measured by time alone, at least from the perspective of world history, ancient civilizations may not be able to defeat young civilizations, even though the former tends to have a great advantage in the early stage, but Jiang Chen was uncertain that the million-ton starship could be used as the standard for late stage. Confidence was good. But arrogance was a poison. He would not be optimistic about the outcome, not at least until the breakthroughs in warp drive and antimatter. The truth proved that Hongzhou made the correct choice. The second week after corruptors were discovered at Mine 071, more than 500 Celestial Marines stationed nearby had to abandon the base of operations and evacuate from the vicinity. These bugs were very clever. They knew that penetrating the tunnel with their head was just asking to be killed by Celestial Marines, so they used the tunnels left by devil worms, went around the base, and launched a flank. If it weren't for the TS expedition that continuously monitored the life signal near Mine 071 and alerted the station troops to withdraw when the bugs crawled to 5 kilometers underground, the force would have been caught by surprise. Fortunately, these corruptors were not as sensitive to sound waves as devil worms, so the soldiers and engineers stationed there were able to withdraw in time. The specimens were also brought back to the base. Although it was not easy, the Marines still managed to get a few. In addition to more than a dozen intact specimens, they also captured 4 larvae. The 4 larvae were undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for the base that lacked specimens. The 4 corruptors' larvae were kept in separate vials and stored in isolation rooms. The smallest one was the size of an adult's palm, while the largest was the size of a washbasin. They were minified corruptors, except they did not spew venom. Unlike devil worm larvae, the small size did not weaken their aggression, instead, it made them more dangerous and lethal. Researchers placed a bull into the same vial. In less than a second, the bull was attacked by the corruptor, and its head was penetrated by its sharp tail. While the corruptor ate the bull, it demonstrated an astounding digestive ability, as half of the bull was devoured in 3 short days. In these 3 days, the size of the corruptor grew almost exponentially. It grew from palm-sized to half a meter high, and it could spray traces of corrosive acid. Based on this trend, in the case of sufficient organic matter, it would grow to the size of an adult corruptor in less than a month. 20 larvae in a single birth, each as big as a washbasin. God, can you imagine it the size of the thing when it becomes an adult? A researcher in a white coat used his hands to demonstrate the size of the corruptor as he kept shaking his head. The experimental environment here is too crude. We must immediately ship the specimens to Celestial City for further research. How long will it take for them to grow up? Hong Zue frowned as he examined the restless little thing under the glass cover. I don't know, the researcher shook his head and looked at the bull skeleton inside the glass cover. This can't be used as a reference. There should be no such rich organic matter for them to grow underground. Sample number 3 that is consuming oxygen-producing bacteria has a growth speed of only 1/10 of this one. How many bugs are still hidden in this damn desert? Hong Zue cursed fiercely. I don't know if you noticed it, the researcher said after pondering for a moment, but every time we encounter a new trouble, it's because of mine 071. I'm curious what's buried inside. Hong Zue processed the information, then frowned, and became deep in thought. However, at this moment, the alarm on the wall interrupted his train of thought. Hong Zue immediately looked to the alarm, then rushed towards the entrance of the institute. The sirens rang inside the colony and the entire colony was rattled. At this moment, Celestial Marines demonstrated their combat abilities. In less than half a minute, the equipped soldiers rushed to the front door from the hallway, opened the storage box, and wielded the kinetic skeleton. With their clips locked in, Zhang Hai loaded the Gauss rifle in his hand. What's happening outside? A woman with curly hair walked up and tried to stop Zhang Hai. There is something else besides the devil worms, right? Or you won't build the wall. No comment, Zhang Hai answered coldly. Then he buckled the last button of the tactical helmet, pushed the woman away, and jogged to the buffer chamber. The woman wanted to say something but was stopped by Brace standing next to her. Enough, Jenny, calm down first. Looking at his teammates, Brace shook his head. But, Jenny looked at the captain anxiously. They must be hiding something from us. I had this feeling when they built the wall. Now, yes, they are hiding something from us. Brace shook his head, with a bit of helplessness and self-deprecation in his smile. Don't forget that we are in their house now. If you continue to try to get to the bottom of everything, maybe our right to call our family each month will be deprived. The woman named Jenny closed her mouth and stopped talking. She looked at Brace with a stiff expression, nodded, and then looked down with a dejected expression. I understand. Great. Brace said standoffishly while he watched the soldiers leave. His only wish was to return home. Hopefully Celestial Trade's trouble would not affect them. Outside the colony, the corruptors rushed out of the tunnel behind the dunes, poured onto the colony's wall and formed a black tide of insects. As soon as Zhang Hai stepped on the alloy floor outside, the commander's voice sounded in his ear. Insect tide is approaching, immediately bring your people onto the wall. Roger, looking at the coordinates of the zone sent to the holographic map, Zhang Hai reached down and pressed his hand on the helmet to switch to the squad channel. Attention everyone, immediately go to the wall. Open your safety, freely fire. Roger that. The armored vehicle rushed up the firing platform on the wall from the slope, and the gun at the top pointed at the insects surging like a tide as powerful bullets unleashed. After rushing onto the wall, Zhang Hai gestured his comrades next to him, then leaned against behind the corrosion-resistant alloy plate that served as cover. He began to return fire. These bugs were smart, at least they were more clever than the devil worms. The formation of their charge was very loose, and they rushed in waves which effectively reduced the hit rate of the soldiers. While the bugs moved forward, some insects were spraying acids, while other insects were charging under the cover of the acid. From time to time, some soldiers were sprayed by the acids and were pulled down by medics for treatment. After dodging a stream of acid, Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and raised his rifle. He unleashed the last few bullets in the clip against those nasty bugs, then took a clip from his comrade and inserted it into the rifle. When he watched the continuous tides of insects flow out from behind the dunes, his eyebrows twisted together and he cursed under his breath. Fu*K, where did these bugs come from? He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt as if an eye was watching them. Every time they make a little progress on Mine 071, troubles would ensue. A coincidence? He didn't think so. After the Earth Defense Alliance meeting, Jiang Chen and Kelvin were escorted by celestial soldiers to the express train of the Space Command Center. "What's the situation in the Mars colony?" Jiang Chen asked Kelvin as they sat down in the first-class cabin. SS Origin has departed 6 days ago and will reach Mars orbit at this time tomorrow at the latest. By then, our new weapons and reinforcements will also arrive on Mars, which should help us gain a certain advantage, Kelvin replied. On the way to the Kuiper Belt, SS Origin would use Mars gravity to adjust its direction, and at the same time test SS Origin's orbital docking performance. Because it was on the way, Celestial Trade attached future military's newly designed weapons and equipment suitable for the Mars environment to the external warehouse on SS Origin. Once the ship entered the orbit, it would drop it down to the surface. "Where are the specimens?" Jiang Chen asked. "How long will it take to return to Celestial City?" "The first batch of specimens were loaded onto the rocket last week and will arrive at the latest the day after tomorrow. Shall we notify our allies?" Kelvin responded. After Jiang Chen contemplated for a while, he said, "Once the specimens have arrived, let's keep this information confidential for the time being. I will select some scientists from future biology to form a corruptor research project group, and then discuss whether to disclose the information to our allies." Kelvin nodded. "Okay, then I'll make the necessary adjustments." The express train quickly arrived at its destination. After the train made a full stop, the two went to Project 071 department at the Space Command Center together. It was a coincidence that just before the two men stepped through the command room, Kelvin's assistant passed a document into his hand. Kelvin glanced over the file and started to frown. A moment later, Kelvin put away the file, looked at Jiang Chen, and smiled wearily. "One bad news, one good news, which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's start with the bad news." "The bad news is that our colony on Mars was under siege by bugs," Kelvin replied. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched intensively when he heard this. "What about the good news?" There was a smile on Kelvin's face. "The good news is that we have prepared the wall in advance. With the support of TS Expedition, our army blocked the bugs' assault." Jiang Chen slowly let out a long breath of air, looked at the holographic screen directly in front of the command room. On the satellite image sent from the TS Expedition, the sand outside the colony was stained an unhealthy dark green by the blood and saliva of corruptors. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere. However, the situation of the soldiers on the wall was not optimistic either, as many people's equipment was damaged by the corrosive acid. The bugs already managed to scale the wall and collide with celestial marines. Fortunately, the corruptors' close combat capabilities were nowhere near that of the devil worms. While the battle was dangerous, Celestial Trade managed to win because of their defensive fortifications and the support of the TS Expedition. After examining the casualty assessment on the screen, Jiang Chen was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke out. "Don't you find it strange?" Kelvin hesitated for a moment, then followed up. "You mean, every time we make progress at Mine 071, the troubles just seem to be after us," Jiang Chen said while he looked at Kelvin. "It's as if we have a pair of eyes watching us, watching us." Kelvin gave a slight nod, and then laughed. "Do you mean, the trouble we encountered is because of someone?" Jiang Chen didn't answer. Instead, he folded his arms in front of his chest, stared into the holographic screen, and no longer spoke. He suddenly realized a possibility. But he was not sure yet. He could only verify his guess the next time he returned to the apocalypse. Outside the Mars colony, the billowing dust rolled up almost 1,000 meters above the ground and formed a sand wall that covered the sky outside the colony. Just 5 minutes ago, dozens of mass bombs dropped from the sky and flattened the dune outside the colony. It created a crater of several meters wide in the desert. 3 high-explosive missiles blasted inside the tunnel 5 kilometers underground and successfully curtailed the attack of the corruptors. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, the Celestial Marines fighting on the wall successfully repelled the corruptors that already scaled onto the wall. Zhang Hai stood behind cover and looked at the swarms that were starting to retreat. He breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his rifle. The soldiers withdrew from the wall, medics walked around the battle scene, and researchers in protective suits were escorted by the rover to recover specimens. If casualties and wasted ammunition were not considered, in a sense, this attack was a harvest for celestial trade. For at least a year, they would no longer struggle to fulfill the items on the sampling list from the command center. Zhang Hai reported the team's casualties to his superior, and then followed the others in the direction of the colony. After he returned inside, he passed through the buffer cabin and tucked his equipment into a storage cabinet. He took a can of coffee from the vending machine, walked to a bench in the central square, and sat down. Lunchtime had passed, but he didn't feel the slightest hunger. He took a sip of the hot coffee. Then he leaned back against the bench with his eyes closed in an attempt to relax his tense nerves. At this moment, someone came to him and sat down. Zhang Hai raised one eyelid and saw that the man sitting next to him was Wang Chang, so he closed his eyes again. "It's over." Wang Chang opened the canned drink in his hand as he asked casually. "It's over for now," Zhang Hai self-mockingly said and then glanced at Wang Chang sitting next to him. "Who knows when the next wave will be, and who knows when this will be over, right? How are things going on your side? You also saw that the base of operation near Mine 071 has been lost. What progress can be made?" Wang Chang had a bitter smile and shook his head. "Let's not talk about this. By the way, Koenig. How is he now?" "His wound was severely infected, and his entire right arm is gone. Probably only Koro City Hospital can cure his injury, but you know, we can't go anywhere now. We will arrange him to rest in the hibernation chamber until when flights become available next year." At this moment, a soldier came over and stood in front of Zhang Hai, then saluted. "Are you Captain Zhang Hai? What's wrong?" He looked at the soldier standing in front of him and put his canned coffee on the bench. "The ship captain is looking for you. Please go to the institute as soon as possible." After Zhang Hai took a second to process this information, he noticed that he had forgotten to take out his wrist-mounted computer from the locker. The ship captain probably could not reach him, so he sent someone to look for him. "I'll be right there," Zhang Hai said to the soldier as he picked up his coffee from the bench. Squatting behind the potted plants in the square, Jenny held her breath nervously and did not dare to breathe loudly. She had no intention of eavesdropping but just happened to pass by here. However, after she saw the two sit on the bench, somehow, she made the hot-headed decision to squat down and hid behind the potted plants, and she seemed to have heard some useful information. A soldier had walked over and stood beside the bench. He seemed to have said something to one of them. Then the two men sitting on the bench got up together and left the square. Jenny waited for a while before she nervously peeked her head out from behind the plant. Then she looked at the empty bench. She slowly slid down against the potted plants and with one hand on her pounding chest, she finally let out a long breath. Mine 071. The base of operation. Progress. Her experience in journalism not only made her nosy but also gave her intuition for news. For example, right now, her intuition was telling her that Mine 071 was definitely not just as an iron ore mine. Who would build a military base exclusively to protect a mine? I have to find a way to get the news back to Earth. I can't tell Brace, that coward will definitely stop me. She stood up from where she was hiding. She patted her jeans and looked around. When she found no one was around, she pretended that nothing had happened, and quickly walked back to her room. 1281. The program is genderless. The third week into Project 071's temporary suspension and the first weekend since the departure of SS Origin, the good news from the apocalypse made Jiang Chen stop doing the work that was on his hand. Lin Lin told him through the interdimensional communication device that X71291's body had been completed. When Jiang Chen heard the news, he immediately took the space elevator back to the surface, took a helicopter, flew to Coconut Island, where he used as a material transfer station, and then hurried to the apocalypse. Lin Lin's Institute. In the lab. When Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered the room, Lin Lin stood beside the operating table and poked at the tablet in her hand. On the operating table in front of her, there was a petite girl. When Jiang Chen looked over, the girl was watching him too. Although it was the first time Jiang Chen saw it in this form, from her eyes, he saw some familiar emotions. Although she certainly looked beautiful, for some odd reasons, a strange feeling lingered in his mind. "We have met again," the girl lying on the operating table nodded as she watched Jiang Chen walk towards her. "Mr. Jiang Chen. X71291. From your tone, I can sense your surprise." X71291 said without much fluctuations in her tone. Jiang Chen pulled Lin Lin aside, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered. "Why did you make it, like this? How else would I make it? Do you want me to make one of that?" Lin Lin took a step back and flushed as she gave Jiang Chen a vicious stare. Maybe it was because the topic was too embarrassing, or maybe it was the hot air blowing in her ear. Lin Lin felt her cheeks burn. "I'm not talking about gender." Jiang Chen showed a helpless smile. It was not about gender. After all, when Jiang Chen originally saw X71291, it appeared as a virtual character, Tao Tingting, in front of him. It just that this petite appearance felt strange to him. "Don't worry, the program is genderless." The girl's mouth formed a stiff arc and then said in an incongruous tone, "I don't need that troublesome thing at all. Just give me a body that can integrate into human society." Looking at the quiet Jiang Chen, the girl tilted her head. "Any questions?" Jiang Chen shook his head and stared blankly at X71291 for a moment. "Nothing, I'm just curious. Didn't Lin Lin install an emoticon system for you?" "Oh, that. I turned it off to save power." The girl said expressionlessly and then looked at Lin Lin who had been tinkering with the tablet. "Did you figure it out yet? If you don't know something, you can ask me. It's almost done." Lin Lin looked at the tablet in her hand reluctantly, and her fingers quickly tapped on the screen. "This is..." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin with questions in his eyes. "She used my lab to add some parts to herself." Lin Lin's cheeks turned a little red and her eyes drifted to the side as she embarrassedly scratched her head. Then she muttered quietly, "But I can't find where, parts." Jiang Chen repeated in confusion. "Oh, you're looking for that," the girl sighed. "You could have just told me." Lin Lin looked to the side without talking. Obviously, she felt quite frustrated and disappointed that she lost to X71291 in her field of expertise. "According to the original agreement, I will be responsible for protecting your safety. In order to be able to cope with various dangers, I have installed some convenient weapons on this body. This is very troublesome to explain. It is better to find a place where I can directly show you." Indeed. If it is a weapon, there is no more intuitive explanation than showing them. Following Lin Lin, Jiang Chen and X71291 came to the ground floor, a shooting range around hundreds of square meters. This range was previously used to test the power of electromagnetic pulse cannons, the damage of Gauss rifles, and the anti-strike capability of some hadron materials. In the laboratory's sample library, there are death claws, mud crabs, and the most common zombies. Basically, you can find any mutant species that are around Wanghai City. "Where do you want to start?" Lin Lin asked the expressionless girl. "Let's start with the death claw." "You sure?" "Yeah." Without another word to Lin Lin, the girl opened the security door and stepped into the isolation room. Lin Lin tried to say something, but nothing came out. Instead, she just pressed on the touchpad a few times. The floor of the isolation room formed a square opening around a few square meters in size. Soon, an iron cage with a death claw slowly rose and stopped in the center of the isolation room. Stimulated by the light inside the isolation room, the sleeping death claw slowly awoke from its sleep and rushed to the side of the cage. Its sharp fangs exuded disgusting saliva and its blade-like claws clasped tightly onto the steel bars of the iron cage. Its amber eyeballs rolled quickly under its dry eyelids and finally locked onto X71291. With a roar, the steel bar, which was as thick as a thumb, began to creak under the intensive force. On the one hand, was a dangerous mutant nearly 3 meters tall, and on the other hand, was a girl who looked like a fragile porcelain doll. The vibe between the two sides formed a strong contrast. No need for weapons. Jiang Chen asked the one question he was most concerned about as he stared at the petite figure. Even if the body was damaged, it would not have any effect on X71291 in the quantum computer group, but he still clenched his fist for her in the room. No, the girl just said indifferently and then turned to Lin Lin, open the cage. Lin Lin spat out her tongue and pressed on the touchpad. With a click, the lock fixed on the cage steel bar popped open, and the steel bar door directly in front of the death claw fell heavily on the ground. At almost the same time, the death claw rushed out of the cage and roared towards the prey in front of it. Its amber-colored pupils were filled with the thirst for blood. The human that dares to imprison me will be shredded. Against a charging death claw, the girl stood there motionlessly. Just when Jiang Chen thought that perhaps she was too frightened, he noticed that a pool of silver water was spreading outward from X71291's foot. Scared? Jiang Chen revealed a complex expression. In the blink of an eye, the death claw was already in front of her. Seeing that its claw was going to slash open the girl's chest, a silver wall suddenly popped up from the ground and blocked the girl from the death claw. Ding! Sparks flickered, and there was the crisp sound of colliding metal. The hurt death claw jumped back 2 steps in pain, widened its amber eyes, and stared at the silver wall in its front. The flat and smooth silver casing was like a solid mirror. It protected the girl like a shield. Its foot rubbed on the ground as it stared at the prey in front. The death claw grinned menacingly and moved a few steps to the side. It looked at its prey without any movement before its legs exerted with full force, and with a loud roar, it hurled at her again. With a mocking grin, the girl raised her right hand. The silver wall retransformed into a pool of silver water and centered on where she stood. Then, it converged along the floor in the direction of the death claw. Roar! The roar of the death claw made all the glass inside the isolation room tremble. With a death claw leaping towards her, the girl just smiled. As if she was patting away dust from her sleeves, she waved her hand in the death claw's direction. Countless thick spikes burst out from the ground and blocked all possible escape routes of the death claw. Too late to stop, the death claw was like a fly that threw itself into the net and slammed in unpreparedly. It was stabbed by countless spikes and its charging posture was fixated in midair. The claw stopped 2 inches in front of her. The girl turned and looked at the stunned Lin Lin and Jiang Chen behind the tempered glass. She had a slight grin on her face. From the astonished look of the two, she felt unprecedented joy. 1282X71291 new name. The silver spikes that penetrated the death claw melted into silver liquid again and spilled to the ground. The mercury-like liquid slowly moved forward, gathered towards the girl's foot, and rolled back into her body through her pants. Losing its support, the penetrated death claw smashed onto the ground. Its blood gushed out from the countless wounds and left a giant pool of blood in the isolation room. The girl passed through the security door and left the isolation room. She looked at Jiang Chen and then clapped. What did you think? A digitalized human body is actually very convenient. Even if you unlock the genetic code to the third level, it's impossible for you to possess such power. Do you not want to try it? You can become an immortal being. No, even without a digitalized human body, I have a way of becoming immortal. Jiang Chen felt it was physically unacceptable to replace parts of his body with metal. Really? Then it's up to you. The girl shrugged. Speaking of which, that liquid metal was, Jiang Chen looked at her pants and wondered where the previous silver liquid had disappeared to. Inside her clothes? Not likely. With her petite appearance, there was not anywhere she could hide things. When the young girl heard Jiang Chen's question, she concisely replied, "It's called liquid metal. This type of metal is easily affected by magnetic fields and currents. With the computing power of a quantum computer, I can calculate the relationship between the shape and magnetic field environment in real time, and their deformation is controlled by the current." Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the former Pan-Asia Cooperation intelligence personnel he encountered when he was at Line 0. The weapon he used seemed to be a metal that could change its shape freely, but his ability was only to condense the silver liquid metal into a projectile such as a knife or a needle. It didn't seem to possess the ability to become a shield and weapon so freely like X71291's. Only with contrast could he spot the gap. Jiang Chen gained a further understanding of the power of the girl in front of him. Speaking of which, did you think of a name for yourself? Name? X71291. Does that not work? The girl revealed a slight frown. That doesn't seem like a normal name, Jiang Chen facepalmed. That's troublesome, the girl sighed, and said impatiently, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me? Yes, aren't names used by others? The girl said with reasonableness. If that's the case, just give me a name that's easy to say. Anything is fine. Jiang Chen showed a peculiar expression. His ability to name things was something people criticized. It was bad to the point where Kelvin only mentions the naming process to Jiang Chen and no longer asked for his opinion in naming starships. Or just Tingting. But then Tingting is the one in Lin Lin's body. Forget it, just a random name is fine. He thought for a moment. Then, as he was about to speak up, Lin Lin spoke before him. How about Lilith? Lilith? A flash of data stream flashed through X71291's pupils, and she nodded. Is it based on the manga character? The settings are indeed similar. So does any, this name will do. Lin Lin suddenly blushed when she heard what Lilith said. Then, she asked somewhat embarrassed, have you read that comic? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin and was confused, what are you talking about? What manga? She is probably referring to The Galaxy Era, a comic published in 2159. The heroine in the comic was a digitalized girl who could use liquid metal and her name was Lilith. Lilith shrugged, I have a backup of this information in my database. That's the story behind this? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin who was full of excitement and made a helpless expression. He used to try the mangas Lin Lin recommended, but he could not get into them. The aesthetic differences between different eras caused him to be unable to appreciate the works of art in this world. At this point, Sun Jiao and Xiaoro also realized this point. Only Yao Yao, who was also from before the war, could enjoy the same kind of art as Lin Lin. Then is there a backup in your database of the plot after volume 31? Lin Lin didn't care about the look on Jiang Chen's face. Lin Lin immediately excitedly asked, I have been looking for the volumes after 2170. Before the war broke out, she was brought into Fallout Shelter 005 by her father to assist him in his research on advanced artificial intelligence. Until now, she was still bothered by the fact that she did not get to see the plot after volume 31. Lilith's words undoubtedly gave her hope. If the manga was backed up in the database. The last volume was published in September 2171, and it was halted indefinitely due to the war. So far it has not resumed serialization. Unfortunately, Lilith soon gave the ruthless facts to Lin Lin. For volume 32, I can find it in my database, but the stories that follow are probably gone. I see, no wonder I can't find it. Lin Lin was disappointed. She clearly tried hard to search for the manga. Actually, you don't have to be disappointed. For my quantum computer group, drawing and ending with graphics processing technology will not even take a minute. If you need it, I can draw the rest of that manga now, Lilith said without a change of expression. No, Lin Lin shook her head, and sighed with regret. A manga not completed by the original author has no meaning at all. Even if you finish the ending for the original author, it can only be considered as fan content. Lilith tilted her head. What's the difference? The difference is immense, Lin Lin retorted out of reflex. Okay, humans are really a troublesome creature. Lilith sighed and gave up continuing to persist on this issue. As an advanced artificial intelligence, she possessed emotions, but it was impossible to be exactly the same as human beings. After all, the two did not belong to the same species at all, and the differences between the two were not only reflected in the physiological level, but also in all aspects such as values, perception, and so on. And this difference was exactly what X71291 desperately wanted to understand. By the way, I was just about to ask you, those liquid metals. Where are you hiding them? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Oh, that? Lilith reached out to unbutton her jeans. Hey wait, why are you taking off your pants? What are you doing? Lin Lin hurriedly grabbed Lilith's hand and pulled her pants back up. Right, why are you suddenly taking off your pants? Jiang Chen, who stood next to her, facepalmed again. Did she just lack common sense, or did she not treat herself as a person? Well, she is not a human. Lilith tilted her head and looked at Jiang Chen with confusion in her eyes. Didn't you ask me where I hide those liquid metals? She pointed to her but as if it was completely reasonable. I was just going to show it to you. For some reason, after Lilith's explanation, Jiang Chen suddenly gained some sympathy for the death claw in the isolation room. Poor thing was killed by poop. 1283 Why didn't you just ask me? Back inside the mansion, Sun Jiao looked suspiciously at the poker-faced Lilith. Her eyes wandered between Lin Lin and Jiang Chen. Being stared down by Sun Jiao made Jiang Chen somewhat uncomfortable, so he touched his nose to hide the awkwardness. Then he asked with a guilty conscience, what's wrong? Nothing, Sun Jiao shook her head. I just wonder if I have to add another pair of chopsticks at home. No, I don't need to eat. I just need to replace my battery regularly. As Lilith spoke, she grabbed her clothes and was about to show Sun Jiao the battery slot on her chest. Lin Lin, who was standing next to her, immediately grabbed her hand and stopped her from exposing herself. Xiaoro also reached out, but she covered Jiang Chen's eyes instead. It's time to eat, What are you all doing? Yao Yao, in an apron, came into the living room. She saw Jiang Chen whose eyes were covered by Xiaoro, and at Lilith, with a poker face. She blinked in confusion, not really understanding what had happened. Nothing, I just wanted to show the location of the battery, but she stopped me, Lilith spoke to Yao Yao and said seriously. Although Lilith said she didn't need to eat, the kind-hearted Yao Yao prepared a pair of chopsticks for her. Lilith took a bowl of rice from Yao Yao expressionlessly and went to sit next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't know if it were an illusion, but he could feel that even if she didn't show any expressions on her face, she was still very happy that she could sit at the dinner table with everyone. Even though he himself thought that speculating on the thought of a program was a bit stupid anyway. At the dinner table, Lin Lin explained Lilith's identity to everyone. Sun Jiao had heard about Lin Lin's recent work. When she heard that Lilith was number X71291, Sun Jiao's reaction was similar to that of Jiang Chen's, and all her emotions were written on her face. In some ways, the two were really similar. After lunch, Lilith accompanied Yao Yao and Xiaoro and took the plates to the kitchen. There, they washed the plates clean, and then returned to the living room. In the living room, they entangled themselves with Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa and reading a book. "When will you take me to the other world?" Lilith looked at Jiang Chen and asked. "After a few days. I have some things to deal with here." "What happened? Are you in a hurry?" Jiang Chen asked. "I'm in a hurry." Lilith nodded expressionlessly. Then she blinked and a glimmer of eagerness appeared in her pupils for half a second. "In a hurry to get into a raid." Jiang Chen froze slightly before he suddenly understood. One of the reasons Lilith wanted to go the modern world was that, it was fed up with watching as an outsider and wanted to participate in godly land as a player. But is it cheating to let advanced artificial intelligence play? As if she had guessed what Jiang Chen was thinking, she added expressionlessly, "Rest assured, I'll only participate in the game as a player, and I will not use any means outside the rules to change the server data. It's boring." "I'm not worried about this," Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just a little surprising." At this point in time, as the only large-scale immersive VR online games, it had actually only accounted for a small part of the future technology's virtual reality network. Especially now that future technology was developing a large-scale space-themed online game with the Milky Way as the background. Even if Lilith ruined godly land, it would only cost him a few hundreds of millions at most. Surprising? Lilith looked at Jiang Chen expressionlessly. "Well, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Since you're not worried about this, can you take me there? You've waited for so many years. Can you not wait another 4 or 5 days?" Jiang Chen gave her a side eye. "You can send me to that world first and then come back, it should be easy for you. Rest assured, I am very obedient." In order to strengthen her persuasion in this sentence, Lilith restarted the emoticon function, which was originally shut off to save power, and she made an "I'm super obedient" expression. Jiang Chen was unmoved by this, but his mouth twitched. "You know this is impossible." In any case, he would not leave her alone in that world. Lilith let out a helpless sigh, she knew she had no chance to persuade him. "Well, then can you tell me what are you going to do in the next few days?" "I'm investigating some things related to Pan-Asia cooperation space projects," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly as glanced at Lilith. "You should have heard that Pan-Asia cooperation had a research station on Mars. I want to know about that. The more detailed the information, the better." "Oh, that," Lilith nodded with the same expressionless state, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, "Why didn't you just ask me?" NASA headquarters. A group of workers wore headphones and worked busily and nervously at the computer desk. Behind this group, in addition to Bolden and the deputy director of NASA, several FBA agents in gray suits could be seen pointing around. Intelligence experts appeared at NASA, a scene that was rare in the history of UA spaceflight. The reason why this happened was due to an incident that happened a few days ago. Just a few days ago, several UA astronauts, stranded in the Mars colony, made their routine video call to their families. It was done on a monthly basis and under the supervision of Celestial Trade staff. While the call was in progress, NASA staff members accompanying the astronauts' relatives unexpectedly discovered that the astronaut named Jenny seemed to be using this opportunity to send a call for help subtly. This phenomenon was discovered by Jenny's family and they notified the NASA staff. Consequently, this immediately caught the attention of the authorities. Jenny's colleagues retrieved the record of her video call with her family members, played it over 10 times, and found some unusual spots. After Bolden reported the incident, the authorities sent FBA intelligence experts to assist in the investigation. Sure enough, with the help of professionals, they immediately discovered where the problem was. Pay attention to the frequency of her blinking. Fast blinking means short sound, and slow blinking means long sound. This is Morse code. Compare frame by frame, pay attention to every action and every keyword. Don't let go of any details. Soon, a code list of dots and dashes were transcribed. Glancing at the password table, the intelligence expert from the FBA immediately picked up a pencil and scribbled down the translation result on another piece of paper. 071, danger, new species. Holding onto the paper, the intelligence expert walked next to Bolden and the FBA director. Several possible errors have been deleted. The keywords that she repeatedly emphasized were these three. Danger and new species are well understood. It's likely celestial trade had disrupted another part of the ecosystem on Mars, but what does 071 mean? The FBA director frowned slightly, then he said inexplicably. Bolden's brow scrunched slightly. He vaguely felt that number was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. His eyes moved around the room. When his eyes fell on the face of a black colleague, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately looked at the FBA director. Mine 071. I remember it. Remember the James incident? The black employee who was killed by devil worms. I remember seeing in a report that he was exploring groundwater reserves at Mine 071. Because it was news in his field of work, and because he was a black man, the incident left a strong impression on Bolden. After the FBA director heard Bolden's words, he appeared stunned. The devil worm. Mine 071, new species. She means that celestial trade was again attacked by Martian species while they were developing Mine 071. And this time it was a new species other than the devil worm. The same incident happened twice in the same place. Why are they so attached to Mine 071? Unless there is something there that is worth their attachment. When Bolden raised his head, he looked at the FBA director, who was also looking at him, and they both saw the unusualness in each other's eyes. Jenny Karim, a former New York Times battlefield reporter. She won the Pulitzer Prize for a report on Iraq's chemical weapons. In 2018, she signed up for NASA's astronaut training program, originally trained for the moon landing mission. However, because the mission was postponed, she became part of the Ares. Aisha read through the report as she sat in her office inside Future Building. Zhu, director of the Domestic Anti-Intelligence Office, stood in front of her and was reporting to her the findings on the recent investigation. When she was a war correspondent in Iraq, she may have been trained by the CIB. According to the information collected by Bernice in the UA, there is evidence that the CIB, the FBA, and other intelligence agencies have issued a special document to train field reporters and diplomats in anti-investigation training in response to a possible hostage crisis. She is from the CIB? Aisha looked to Zhu. It's unlikely, Zhu shook her head, and then continued, but we have reason to believe that the UA has received her message. The number 071 alone would not reveal any valuable information. However, what concerned Aisha was that they could use the recent news to generate some bewildering thoughts. While Aisha was silent, Zhu added. At present we have sent an inquiry letter to Celestial Trade and the Space Department. Based on Kelvin's reply, they immediately controlled the individuals involved in the incident. Do we need to implement disciplinary measures for her observer? There were no ghost agents on Mars. The UA astronauts were under the surveillance of Celestial Trade Army Intelligence Division, not professional intelligence personnel. He could know Morse code, but he could not relate Morse code with the frequency of blinking, and he could never have thought that the person he monitored passed sensitive information by blinking. Maybe the person didn't need to be Sherlock Holmes, but that person would have to be at least a Conan to notice the subtle details. Zhu tried to put herself in the position and thought that even she could not do a better job in this scenario. Like the FBA, she also found problems in the countless replays. However, discipline existed for a reason. Personal accountability must exist, and there was no excuse for this. The personnel involved from Celestial Trade will be handled in accordance with military regulations, and we will not intervene. Aisha's slender finger gently tapped on the document, and she thought for a moment before she said, in the future, terminate real-time communication services for stranded UA astronauts and change it to delayed transmission of video. In addition, all videos, whether they enter or leave the colony, must be double-checked by ghost agents and the Celestial Trade Army Intelligence Division. No matter where the problem is found, the person involved will be immediately disqualified from contact with their family. It is better to be safe than sorry. Roger, Zhu Yu stood straight and responded with certainty. Last thing, Aisha paused for a second before she ordered, send a truth-telling serum to the Mars colony. I'm curious, where did she hear about number 071? The apocalypse, in the mansion. Lilith, sitting on the sofa, complied with Jiang Chen's request and introduced him to the history of Pan-Asia Cooperation's colonization of Mars. The Mars plan could be traced back to the middle of the 21st century. At that time, the three major forces, Soviet Union, NATO, and Pan-Asia had successfully delivered astronauts to the surface of Mars. However, the Pan-Asia Cooperation Mars Scientific Research Station was built in the early 22nd century. NATO took the lead in announcing the launch of the Mars colonization plan, and successfully sent a 500,000-ton class research ship to the Mars orbit. The Pan-Asia Parliament immediately issued the colonization plan to more than 20 scientific institutions, and the first Mars colony was finally built in 2110. Wait, I remember that the three major forces did not establish a Mars colony. Jiang Chen frowned, interrupting Lilith's words. Because of political reasons, Lilith shrugged. All countries were condemning each other's colonial behavior, emphasizing that outer space resources must be shared by all human beings. Of course, they could not slap their own face. The official name of all colonies were XXX Scientific Research Station. According to the data in my database, by 2120, in less than 10 years, Pan-Asia Cooperation built more than 20 scientific research stations with more than 1,000 personnel on Mars. Jiang Chen was shocked by the number. As the president of Celestial Trade, no one knew the cost of Mars colony better than him. From the budget he received from the Mars colony, even with his financial power, he felt pain every time he received the report. With more than 20 colonies built and no profit achieved, Pan-Asia Cooperation was probably losing more than a space elevator every year. However, even if it was the case, Jiang Chen still understood their intention. To give an example, it was like Uber and Lyft competing for business. Everyone was burning money at the start, and burning money at an incredible rate, but it was for the purpose to gain market share. Perhaps Pan-Asia Cooperation officials also knew that every colony built was going to lose money, but no one could wait until the colonies turned profitable. If they decided to wait until Mars turned profitable, their own enterprises would have already lost at the starting point. Even just for a possibility, sending people there first to claim land was the best starting point. In contrast, Celestial Trade was extremely lucky as the company entered the Mars colonization era 1 century in advance. Without a single competitor, there was enough time and space to rationally develop the entire market. So, the major forces did not just build a research station on Mars. They built dozens of them. And each scientific research station is actually a colony in disguise? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Lilith nodded. That's been the case since the early 22nd century. Why are there no news from all the colonies? Lin Lin, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, frowned. She muttered in confusion, in my memory, there were no reports of colonies at all. This is very easy to explain. You were born in the 50s, right? Lilith asked. Yes. Lin Lin nodded. Then you should have heard of the economic crisis of 2150. Even Jiang Chen nodded this time. When he first arrived in the apocalypse, he learned about the economic crisis that was generally considered to be the cause of the World War in 2171. Note, if you forget the plot, you can go back to Chapter 2, in the recorded history in my database. As of 2149, the number of scientific research stations for Pan-Asia Cooperation had reached 41, and for the Soviet Union and NATO, the numbers were similar. When the economic crisis happened, countries were unable to sustain those bottomless pits. Therefore, the Houston Convention was signed in 2150. In addition to outlining zones on Mars, it also reduced its respective colonies, or scientific research stations, to 15. However, this doesn't explain why I haven't heard of those scientific research stations at all. Lin Lin said, and held the same frown on her face. Of course it can explain it. Lilith looked at Jiang Chen, because it involved another problem about the colonies. It was also related to the Gaia civilization you mentioned before. By 2150, the population of Pan-Asia Cooperation citizens on Mars had exceeded 500,000. Of these 500,000, almost 80% were native Martians. Lilith focused on Jiang Chen as she continued, and in the land-claiming game on Mars, all countries have overlooked a problem, that is, the sense of identity of the Mars citizens to the sovereign state. A lot of young Martians have never been to Earth. They only heard about things on Earth from their grandparents and only learned about Earth through film and television. Is there no internet? Jiang Chen wondered. The discovery of Klein particles happened a long time after, and the application for ultra-long-distance communication was after the war. As Lilith explained the context, she looked to Lin Lin, who had proudly raised her chest. It was Lin Lin's work that allowed communication through the Klein particle resonance effect. After a moment's pause, Lilith continued in her undulating tone. Before that, the means of communication between the colony and the Earth relied mainly on electromagnetic waves, with an average delay of up to 5 minutes and a maximum delay of even close to half an hour. It is equivalent to shouting into the phone here, and waiting for a long time before it can be heard on Mars. If there was any solar wind, the loss of communication was extremely common. So in order to ensure the effective transmission of information, the communication between Earth and Mars required the same message to be delivered 3 times. The information lag directly led to the absence of information. Over time, the cultural differences caused by the lack of information exchange have become greater and greater, and this has laid the groundwork for future conflicts. The 2150 Houston Convention was viewed as a wise decision by citizens of all nations, but was regarded as a shameful betrayal by most Martians. Riots of considerable scale broke out across the colonies, especially those colonies that were about to be put on the abolition list. Although countries introduced plans, it was clear that the highly autonomous colonies did not agree with them. Almost a month after the signing of the Houston Convention, a total of 59 Pan-Asia, NATO, and Soviet colonies jointly signed the 22nd century version of the Declaration of Independence, announced the establishment of the Mars Federation, and organized a coup. With the support of some officers, the insurgents successfully controlled all 3 space elevators on Mars and forced all the uncertain colonies to join the Federation. Don't they long for Earth? Jiang Chen was intrigued. Only people who haven't been to the Mars colonies will have such confusion, Lilith said with the same expressionless face. According to the information in my database, the development of the Mars colonies was not too far behind the cities on Earth. And with the construction of the artificial biosphere, the landscape on Mars was not much worse compared to Earth. As for industrial capacity, I have no specific data to give you, but refer to the Development of the Pan-Asia Cooperation Steel Industry in 2145 published by the Pan-Asia Academy of Social Sciences. Based on the report, the steel output of the Pan-Asia Mars colonies accounted for 27% of the entire Pan-Asia steel output, and was in a serious surplus. After declaring independence, can the Mars colonies be self-sufficient? Jiang Chen asked. Of course not, there was no way to be self-sufficient. On Mars, the helium-3 reserves were extremely low. Once the nuclear fusion battery imported from the Moon was interrupted, all Mars colonies were finished. After a pause, Lilith continued, so, after Mars colonies declared independence, it immediately declared war on Earth and sent a fleet to liberate the Moon. Fleet? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Where did the fleet come from? Don't forget the 3 space elevators that the insurgents controlled at the start of the coup, as well as the starships in the spaceport, Lilith explained. Because there was no need for warfare, no one prepared for a Mars independence. Back then, the battleships were modified transport ships. The modification was simple and crude as they installed as many electromagnetic pulse cannons as possible on them. You just asked why you didn't hear any news about Mars. Lilith looked at Lin Lin. Because from that time on, the news from Mars were censored. As for the reason for the censorship, perhaps it was because of the unwillingness to admit the failure of the development strategy in the past decade on Mars, or perhaps it was also due to other political considerations. In any case, the Pan-Asia Cooperation did implement strict censorship on Mars after 2150. It would be understandable since 20 years before you were born, no news on Mars were broadcasted. Lin Lin opened her mouth in astonishment. And Jiang Chen continued to frown, still confused with the situation. But what does this have to do with the Gaia civilization? This involves the highest level secrets of the Pan-Asia Cooperation. Even I don't know, Lilith shrugged. But using the limited intelligence I have for analysis, it is not difficult for us to draw conclusions that is close to the truth. Holding up one finger, Lilith went on to say, first, the Pan-Asia Cooperation, the NATO, and the Soviet Union censor must be based on the premise that the three-nation coalition was victorious against the Mars Federation rebels, in epic fashion. Jiang Chen nodded and agreed with her statement. Not only in epic fashion, the Mars fleet perhaps did not even make it to the moon before it was completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would be useless to censor the information when war was so close to Earth. Second, Lilith raised her second finger. Since the Earth forces suppressed the rebels in a short period of time, why would the news of the colony be censored for 20 years, and even remain censored after another world war? It can't be that they fought for 20 years. Jiang Chen smiled. Without the moon's supply of nuclear fusion fuel, it was difficult for Mars Federation to last for even a year. Lilith shook her head. There is only one possibility that the news was to be censored forever, and that is a major accident happened on Mars that could not be made public. For example. Jiang Chen frowned as he seemed to have caught onto something. For example, everyone on Mars died, Lilith said blankly. Lin Lin, who was sitting next to them, gasped. Ruling out the possibility that these people died in the hands of the Earth forces, since the goal of each nation was to suppress the coup, recover the occupied colonies, and not to kill civilians. Lilith continued her logic, we assume the independence war lasted for half a year. During this half year, the Mars Federation insurgents discovered the relics of the Gaia civilization and saw hope in turning the tide of the battle again through the memory of the Gaia civilization. Immediately after they got the key, they began to excavate the ruins. Then finally, along the way, they turned on a nightmare switch and ultimately killed everyone. Devil worms. Jiang Chen was digesting the information as his eyebrows furrowed. Accurately speaking, it should be species native to Mars. Based on this conjecture, countries began to study Mars species and the Gaia civilization as early as 2152. The latter did not see any progress, and it was likely because the relics were destroyed. As for the former, the progress was quite impressive. From what I know, the X1 bacteria previously used to remove radiation but ended up becoming a deadly virus, had part of the DNA strand from the radiation-resistant bacteria found on Mars. Jiang Chen attempted to puzzle everything together. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Did the Brahma bring all those live alien species to Gliese 581G? At least, some of the bugs. On Mars, a woman was escorted by several soldiers and locked into a cell. What do you want? Let go of me, you have no right to restrict my personal freedom. Jenny hit the iron bars with her bare hands and angrily shouted at the celestial soldiers outside the door, you savages, I'm going to report you. And let the media all over the world know that I have been treated unfairly here. The soldiers stopped and turned around. The eyes that focused on her were without much emotion. Jenny felt eerie after being stared down and her tone became weaker. I have the right to know why you're locking me up here. I have clearly complied with the laws and have not violated any rules. Why did you lock me here? Until now, she still had hope that she did not get caught. She thought what she pulled off was flawless. And even if celestial trade gathered sufficient evidence, she still had excuses. Many people would blink more in a nervous situation. She never learned Morse code and did not intend for her nervous actions to be overinterpreted. However, the two soldiers just looked at each other and sneered. There is no point in dishonesty. There are no lawyers or courts here. One of the soldiers stepped forward and said, "The arrest warrant was issued by ghost agents. When we investigated your correspondence, we found you leaked sensitive information using Morse code. I demand extradition, and there is an extradition treaty between Xian and the UA." Jenny said nervously when she realized that her trick was easily exposed. "Oh. Really? I haven't heard that you can be extradited on charges of espionage. And this is Mars, not Xian." With a sneer, and the soldier said sarcastically, "Also, I can tell you that because of your thoughtless behavior, the return date for you and your friends will be postponed. Until we are sure that you have not overheard more sensitive information, you will stay here with us and enjoy this beautiful sandy planet. You can't do this." Only now did Jenny finally realize how much trouble her behavior had caused her crewmates. However, the two soldiers did not want to listen to any more of her nonsense, and while she still wanted to say something more, the door of the room was closed shut. In the narrow corridor, darkness returned. In front of the cell, an officer of the Army Intelligence Division ticked the logbook and nodded to the two soldiers, signaling that they could go. Brace was at the other end of the corridor. He hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to step forward. When the astronaut approached him, the officer had a mocking smile. "Do you want to plea for your crewmate? Is there no other solution?" Brace glanced at where his colleague was being held, and then looked at the soldier. "Maybe this is just a misunderstanding. Jenny is a good person, misunderstanding. Good person." The officer pushed up his hat and stared at Brace with a half-smile. A good person would not be a spy. Spy? Brace frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. In fact, when celestial soldiers came this morning to take her away, the feeling was already lingering in his mind. He kept telling Jenny not to probe into something she shouldn't know, but apparently, she didn't take his words to heart. When he heard the word spy, he immediately understood what was happening to that girl. It must be that she was sniffing around, and was caught by celestial trade. He thought of the conversation he had with his family on Earth, and Brace's face suddenly turned pale. Then he cursed at Jenny with all the words he could think of. "But do you know that your actions may hurt the relationship between the two countries?" While Brace scolded Jenny, after all, Jenny reported under him, he tried to plea, before there are conclusive pieces of evidence. When our soldiers risked their lives to save you from the broken ship, they have taken the greatest care for the relationship between the two countries. The officer interrupted the former captain and said with a hint of a sneer, "But how do you repay our grace?" It wasn't just the astronaut who was detained. The Intelligence Department investigator who supervised her communications and the investigator who worked under him were all detained. With his soldier detained, of course, the Army intelligence officer did not treat him with the best attitude. "Sorry," Brace said awkwardly, "I apologize for my colleague's reckless behavior." "We won't be angry at you," the officer said coldly, "but don't expect us to treat you with respect either. As you wish, I now offer you an alternative that takes care of the relationship of both countries. Either do everything as we say or pack up and go back to Ares." Brace froze. Go back to Ares? That's like asking for death. "If you want to go back, you can come to my office at any time, and I will drive you back in person." The officer stared at Brace and uttered out this sentence word by word. While Brace was still processing the information, the officer walked away without looking back. Outside the colony, the war against the swarms continued. The soldiers, shielding behind the cover on the wall, fired back with the Gauss rifle while dodging the spewing acids. It seemed that the assault on the colony was becoming a norm, and these bugs just didn't seem to die at all. And the most terrifying part was that the intelligence of those bugs was substantially higher than the devil worms. In just a week, their tactics evolved from simply trying to flood the colony to repeated attacks to consume celestial trade's ammunition. The production cost of a missile was close to 6 million XIN new dollars. After accounting for transportation and launch cost, the total was close to the 10 million figure. Although the cost should not be a factor considered by the military, the command center already proposed to the captain of the expedition more than once to use electromagnetic pulse cannons instead of missiles, if possible. Inside the office of the Space Department, Kelvin looked at the budget report with a headache. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Setting aside the budget report in his hand, Kelvin looked at the door and said nonchalantly. After the staff received permission, he walked into the office. "Reporting. What's the matter?" SS Origin successfully completed deceleration into the Mars synchronous orbit, requesting next commands. Kelvin, after hearing the news, looked at his watch. "It's been a week." Kelvin looked at the staff and ordered with an affirmative voice. "Start weapon deployment immediately." "Roger." "It's time to end it all." Kelvin watched the staff member leave as he thought. He did not have the slightest doubt that the weapons, specifically tailored to the bugs, would shred those bugs into pieces. Chapter 1287 Holy Shield. In the apocalypse, a secluded factory on the northern outskirts of Wanghai was on heightened security under the control of NAC soldiers. The factory was only about 20 kilometers from the 6th Street. Compared with its desolate appearance, the factory itself was full of life. Under the supervision of NAC soldiers, NAC engineers operated the mechanical cantilever and carefully placed the energy tank containing several kilograms of deuterium and helium-3 into the slot of a giant machine covering an area of over 100 square meters. A technician from the Guardian sect stood with the NAC scientists at the moment. He was looking at everything in front of him with excitement. Over a year had passed. Today, their work finally made a breakthrough. As the energy tank was placed into the slot, the entire factory's activities were upped by another gear. Energy output power is normal. Open the switch, start charging. Shield generator initiating. The power system output environment is stable, the temperature is normal, and the system is running steadily. The shield generator is activated. We are successful. The sound of the stable operation of the machine was like heaven's melody. With a shout of excitement, loud cheers erupted in the factory. Engineers and researchers high-fived each other, and even the soldiers stationed on the side had a look of relief. Everyone was full of excitement and joy, and embraced each other to celebrate this long-awaited moment. Once this shield-generating device was repaired, other devices could also be repaired. Soon, the news reached the heart of NAC, the mansion at Fishbone Base. Jiang Chen immediately ordered someone to prepare a vehicle as he planned to make a personal visit to the site. For NAC, repairing the Holy Shield was equivalent to protecting all of Wanghai from the nuclear winter. For celestial trade, the complete mastery of Holy Shield technology was equivalent to directly increasing the defense of the Earth fleet and celestial trade fleet to a new level. They made a leap from hard armor defense to energy shield. Not long after, escorted by armored vehicles and tanks, an extended car was parked at the gate to the factory. The door opened, and Jiang Chen, accompanied by a group of soldiers, walked to the main gate in quick steps. The project leader was already waiting there along with the scientists. From the back, Lilith also jumped out and followed behind him. As he walked towards the factory, the person in charge of the repair of the Holy Shield system explained to Jiang Chen in excitement. Repair work is mainly focused on shield generators. During the war, NATO Special Forces attacks on the Holy Shield systems were mainly directed against shield generators. The technical difficulties we have faced were also around the generator. But now, since all the issues have been resolved, the remaining shield generating devices shouldn't be more troublesome than this one. Before this winter, we should be able to complete all the repairs. With an approving nod, Jiang Chen followed him into the factory and stopped in front of the giant shield generator. "This thing has been repaired?" Jiang Chen looked at the shield generating device in stable operation and then looked back at the scientist behind him. "Why do I not see the shield?" Before he headed to Shangjing, Lin Lin gave him a miniature version of the Holy Shield system. From his memory, it was possible to see a pale yellow outline. The graviton could force all approaching mass to either stop or change direction, including air and dust particles. The shield is mainly concentrated on top, and does not necessarily have to form a closed sphere. To describe it in more details, it's like an umbrella. In addition, a shield-generating device on a city scale forms a shield 2 kilometers above the city. "Of course, we can lower it," the scientist explained. Jiang Chen nodded. "No, I trust you." It was simple to test the strength of the shield. He would just need to command AS order to fire at this location. But after he thought about it a bit more, he decided against it. The Holy Shield system could defend against space-based weapons after all. This can be tested later. After he leaves here. When Jiang Chen inspected the work with the accompanying scientist, Lilith went to the shield generator and tapped the generator. A stream of data appeared through her pupils, and soon she retracted her finger and returned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen noticed her action and looked to her in curiosity. "What did you just do?" "Optimized the program and eliminated some backdoors. In approximate terms, just increased the performance of the hardware by 5%, and increased the difficulty of infiltration to the maximum. Count that as an update to the program," Lilith said with a blank expression. "You can do that?" Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. The ability to update the system designed before the war was quite remarkable in a sense. Although it was just a software update, it was designed by the countless scientists of Pan-Asia cooperation. "Is this difficult for the world's only advanced artificial intelligence?" Lilith asked earnestly. Although she was showing off, it was true. Jiang Chen did not know the number of advanced artificial intelligences at NATO and the Soviet Union. But there must be only one advanced artificial intelligence at PAC. "By the way, I've always been curious about how powerful your processing is," Jiang Chen said. "As long as I can identify the hardware, I can use it freely," Lilith shrugged. "For me, using electronics is probably as easy as eating and drinking to you." After all, she was a program. Jiang Chen nodded, entrenched in his thoughts. He suddenly said, "What if I asked you to hack a country's nuclear weapon system?" "It depends on how well their security is," Lilith said in the same expressionless state, but she smiled. "If they fired nuclear weapons with Facebook or Twitter, I probably only need 1 second to explode the weapons." True, he hesitated for a moment, then understood the humor in Lilith's words, and laughed. "But speaking of which, you know Facebook and Twitter." Indeed, after all, nuclear weapons were not launched on Twitter and Facebook. Jiang Chen was not aware of the launch procedure of the UA, but for celestial trade, from the moment he pressed the button to the launch of the missile deployed at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, there were at least 3 procedures, and physical isolation existed between each procedure. For example, in the last procedure, after confirming the order, 2 staff members at the launch pad must insert metal keys into the lock, and they must rotate the key to start the launching process at the same time, and then the third person must enter the launch code through the mechanical keyboard. No one would be foolish enough to believe the rumor of a hacker using cyber attack to paralyze a country's nuclear weapons. I can get a lot of information from that game, and I can even pinpoint exactly which player has spoken to whom and at what time. Lilith explained. She made it sound like it was something that could be easily done by everyone. Just a back door on the server allowed her to evolve up to this point. What if she touched future technology's server? Perhaps even the fabled Skynet project would not be able to achieve this. Chapter 1288 Counterattack. Mars Synchronous Orbit. With 2 blue streams closing in, a starship slowly moved closer to the fiery red planet. Inside the bridge, the staff sitting in front of the computer calmly reported. The orbital parameters have been corrected. We are entering the synchronous orbit. All parameters are normal. Initiate mission launch sequence. The drop compartment has successfully separated. Separation successful, and the drop compartment is leaving the synchronous orbit. The course has been revised. You can leave at any time. Looking at the fiery red planet outside the starship, the captain behind the bridge took a deep breath, picked up the wired intercom, and ordered affirmatively, "All units, the main engine is igniting, we're re-entering our course." Roger that. After dropping the compartment suspended on the ship, SS Origin orbited for a quarter around Mars' orbit and only encountered TS Expedition stationed in synchronous orbit for a moment before it adjusted its course. Origin's next destination was the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Saturn. With a dazzling white light stream pushing behind the starship, the dark ship pierced into the deep universe like a sharp sword and disappeared into the endless blackness. 10,000 meters below, fierce battles continued outside the colony. The swarm continued to attack celestial trade marines on the wall, chipping away the colony's defense with their acid and corpses. The electromagnetic pulse cannon projectiles ravaged the battlefield, sent the yellow sand high up in the air before covering all the blood that spewed. Everything happened so quickly as if nothing had happened, then repeated again and again. As the two sides fought fiercely, a dark shadow surrounded by a ball flame dropped down from 10,000 meters. Like a meteor, it crashed into the chaotic battlefield. Boom! The steel hull came in close contact with the ground. The rough, hard landing flattened a sand dune, and a thick yellow haze set off around the impact site. The bottom of the compartment was deeply embedded in the ground, crushing dozens of corruptors who were besieging the colony into pieces. When the bug stared blankly at the unexpected visitor, the front door of the cabin collapsed, revealing a giant drill bit hidden behind the cabin door. The bugs that lingered around the compartment seemed to have stopped moving as they stared at the metal monster in the middle with confusion. Just as one of the corruptors tried to spit acid, the metal monster inside started to move. The engine roared in the thin atmosphere. With the giant drill, a steel beast emerged from the compartment. The first difference between this rig and those in colony was its sheer size. This rig was more than double the size of the colony's tiny rigs. A thick layer of organic anti-corrosive material was coated to the thick titanium alloy armor. This material was extracted from the blood of devil worms and could render acid strong enough to erode rocks useless. The top and sides of the rig were also modified with small-caliber electromagnetic rapid-fire guns, which could accelerate 10-gram pellets to 3 times the speed of sound. The pellets could easily penetrate the armor of the corruptors. In addition, there were 2 augers that resembled large screws on both sides of the heavy rubber tires, to ensure that the rig was unimpeded in any terrain. Without any exaggeration, it would be fair to say that the steel beast could easily enter and leave the swarm without any damage. Drill Warrior, the name of the steel beast, was painted on both sides of the rig. The name perfectly explained its functionality. No matter above or below ground, no terrain could stop the steel beast from marching forward. "Damn, this thing is giant," a solider taking cover beside Zhang Hai watched the rig and exclaimed. "What did I just see? A heavily armed rig? Huh, Drill Warrior, that is a pretty bad *SS name." The compartment not only carried the steel beast, but also 100 T-4H aerospace power armors with corrosion-resistant coating. Unlike the T-4 power armor, the T-4HS minigun was replaced by a relatively slower, but more powerful electromagnetic rapid-fire gun. In the middle were 2 pairs of vortex engines and 2 bottles of oxygen tanks were added to increase the oxygen holding for 24-hour consumption. Soon, the gates on the west of the colony slowly opened, and a group of armored vehicles, in an attack formation, rushed toward the compartment abandoned in the swarm. Strikes from TS Expedition began to hit on the ground, disrupting the corruptors that was surrounding the fleet. As the fleet rushed to the compartment, the door suddenly opened, and soldiers inside armored vehicles jumped off, and gathered together to form a defensive formation. They maintained open fire as they moved closer to the open compartment. Drill Warrior was already showing off its destructive power in its very first battle. The augers suspended on both sides of its tires dropped down, then the entire rig was lifted. The giant drill in front of the vehicle aimed down before it turned rapidly. Sand filled the air. The entire rig resembled a devil worm made of steel. In less than half a minute, the entire body already disappeared into the ground and headed towards the source of the corruptors. The entire desert became restless, like limestones being tossed into a lake. The corruptors, hiding underground, was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the steel beast. Without the ability to dig, they could only spit the acid at the giant rig in vain, using their claws as powerful as steel in an attempt to stop the steel monster's destruction forward, but their fate was just shredded to pieces by the more powerful titanium drill. Their offense on the surface suddenly slowed down. Under the cover of the Drill Warrior, the soldiers who stormed into the compartment were equipped with the new power armor. Having already simulated and operated the new power armor in the virtual reality training system countless times, they quickly adapted to this powerful new armor. One by one, they marched out of the compartment with the electromagnetic rapid-fire guns. Here is the headquarters. Company A, your task is to follow Drill Warrior to Mine 071, and to recover the land and glory we once lost from those dirty bugs. Roger. Listening to the sound of electric current charging along his right arm, Zhang Hai's entire body was stimulated with energy. Streamlined casing, thick titanium alloy armor, blue light pulsing in the gun, and the blood and corpses of the corruptors splashing on his body. The futuristic armor hit his G-spot. With such a powerful equipment under his control, he had no doubt about the victory. The soldiers no longer needed to scramble to take cover against the splashing acid. Covered by the same material as the blood vessels of devil worms, the armor was coated in an organic layer. Even if they were covered with acid, the anti-corrosive nature would protect them in the battle. Armed to the teeth, the soldiers assembled behind the dunes on the west side of the colony, re-embarked on the armored vehicles, followed the track of the Drill Warrior wreaking havoc underground, and headed in the direction of Mine 071. Chapter 1289 Am I that kind of a pervert? With the completion of the Holy Shield system, Jiang Chen asked Sun Jiao to make a copy of all the technical data, and then sent the information to Celestial Trade Server. After a short week of relaxation in the apocalypse, he took Lilith back to the modern world. Perhaps it was his illusion. When he left, he felt the girls' envy when they looked at Lilith. In particular, Lin Lin, as a digitalized human, was whispering something like, "so close." But indeed, it was so close. Based on what Lin Lin said earlier, at most in 1 year or two, the interdimensional transmission technology that her research institute was conquering should make a breakthrough. By that time, he would have more headaches. For example, how to introduce Sun Jiao to Xia Shiyu. Hopefully with Sun Jiao's careless personality, there would be no conflicts. Hopefully. Modern world. Jiang Chen took Lilith back to Coral Island from Coconut Island by boat. He stopped in front of his door and hesitated for a moment when they were at the front door. What's the matter? Lilith looked at Jiang Chen with the same expressionless state. Try not to speak, I can do the speaking. Besides, don't mention things about that world. Although Aisha and Xia Shiyu both knew, Natasha also lived here. Despite going through many things together, Jiang Chen still questioned if he can trust her without reservation. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion and confusion, it was better not to talk about that world. This is the 7th time you said this, Lilith sighed. My head is much better than yours. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Jiang Chen glared at Lilith and didn't add anything. He clicked on his watch and opened the gate to the mansion. Behind the main gate was a concrete path across the garden lawn. The road led to the garage and a small path led to the main entrance. As Lilith walked through the lawn, she reached out and poked expressionlessly at the ball-type drone floating over to identify her. The subtle grin perhaps seemed to be mocking the poor design of the drone, or perhaps it was to show the pride of an advanced artificial intelligence in front of a basic artificial intelligence. As soon as the two arrived at the door opened. Aisha rushed into Jiang Chen's arms. After she affectionately rubbed herself against his chest, her head appeared and curiously looked at the girl behind him. Xia Xiyu and Natasha closely followed and also appeared at the door, casting the same strange look at Lilith. In fact, they noticed when Jiang Chen arrived at the door. Jiang Chen kissed Aisha's cheek, gently patted her on the back and then placed her down. He then gave Xia Xiyu and Jiang Chen a kiss. Just as he was about to introduce Lilith, Xia Xiyu pulled him aside and quietly asked. "She is Sun Jiao." A long time ago, Xia Xiyu heard Jiang Chen mention that woman. For the first woman in Jiang Chen's life, her feelings toward Sun Jiao was quite complicated. On the one hand, she was curious what she looked like, on the other hand those jealous feelings were inevitable. Although she already accepted the status quo of the four living together, it certainly did not mean she won't get jealous. She's not, who is she then? Xia Xiyu also thought she did not seem to be Sun Jiao. She looked suspiciously at him and said, "She looks like, she is not even 14 years old. Your little mistress." Natasha sneered and poured oil into this already tense situation. Jiang Chen gave her a vicious stare in response. "Am I that kind of a pervert?" After being stared down by Jiang Chen, Natasha just mischievously spat out her tongue and walked towards Lilith and Aisha. After Xia Xiyu heard what Natasha had said, her suspiciousness only grew. X71291, you can also call her Lilith. It's troublesome to explain, but it's definitely not what you're thinking. Jiang Chen responded to Xia Xiyu's suspicious look and quickly explained, "Didn't I tell you about artificial intelligence last time? She is an advanced artificial intelligence, and probably the only one in the world." She. Xia Xiyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at Lilith in disbelief. Her expression had zero faith written all over it as she could not accept the fact that the girl in front of her was a robot. "Wait, you mean, she is a robot?" The latter was being sandwiched by Aisha and Natasha, responding to the curious questions of the girls. Lilith seemed to sense Xia Xiyu's sight as she turned around and smiled at her with friendliness. As you can see, Jiang Chen nodded with a helpless expression. Also, it came from there. "She is here to help me," Xia Xiyu finally nodded. Although she had never been to the world Jiang Chen described, she knew that the world was an apocalyptic world with advanced technology. If she came from there, it wouldn't be surprising to see an advanced artificial intelligence. It took about 10 minutes for Jiang Chen to formally introduce Lilith. The girls seemed to feel indifferent about a new girl joining the mansion. Aisha would not get jealous. Natasha and Xia Xiyu didn't think Jiang Chen would be a pervert. At most, they would have to watch out where their battles took place. Even if Lilith explicitly told Jiang Chen that she had no interest in watching humans mate, they could choose to ignore her presence completely, like how they would ignore a table or a sofa. However, after all, with a human face, Jiang Chen could not bring himself to do such things in front of a 14-year-old lowly. After a short vacation, Jiang Chen returned to work. With Lilith's help, his efficiency increased significantly. Many times, he just explained his thoughts to her in simple terms, and she perfectly executed his order to the correct departments, even to the right individual. She also showed the progress of projects and create real-time charts for him. These works were done by Xia Xiyu and Jean. Since Lilith took over the work of the secretary of the chairman, Jean, the intermediate artificial intelligence, was given to Xia Xiyu. As the CEO of Future Group, it was her time to receive an assistant. Of course, these were not the main points. In addition to improving Jiang Chen's own efficiency, Lilith's biggest contribution was her expertise. As an advanced artificial intelligence, her existence was comparable to a division of programmers. After her upgrade, the performance of future group supercomputing center servers increased by a notch. The supercomputing center mainly provided information processing services for the global business of future group and celestial trade. The center was extremely significant to both enterprises. In addition, the fleet command system originally maintained by Future Technology was also transferred to her. She only squeezed out a small part of her time from playing games, and her efficiency was enough to shame the entire team that was responsible for the project. And only until this moment, did Jiang Chen finally realize he had struck gold. On the third day back in the modern world, the colony sent back good news which eased Jiang Chen's tense state. The report sent by the colony governor, Captain Hongzue, stated that the Celestial Marines successfully recovered the operation base near Mine 071 with the help of new weapons. The drill warrior, designed by future military and future heavy industry, played an incredible role in combating the Mars species. Those T-4H power armors also substantially increased the survival rate of the Marines. With drill warrior clearing the way, and heavily armored infantries following closely behind, Company A, responsible for attacking Mine 071, destroyed 6 nests within 24 hours. 5 of these nests were corruptor nests, and the one located outside the radius of the ultrasonic fence belonged to devil worms. A total of tens of thousands of adult corruptors and thousands of devil worms were killed. The Celestial Marines successfully pushed from the surface to 21 kilometers underground. According to the report from Hongzue, they were very close to the bottom of the ruins. When the engineering team complete the reinforcement of the tunnel, it was time for the relics of the Gaia civilization to shine once again. In the mansion at the northern tip of Koro Island, Jiang Chen, who was passing by the living room, asked Lilith, who was resting against a reclining chair with a phantom helmet on, as an advanced artificial intelligence, "Do you also enjoy playing games?" Because she was not human, even if she wore a phantom helmet, Lilith could still sense outside information. In her words, she could run the game with one memory zone and control her body with the other memory zone. She was capable of being both in the virtual world and the actual world. Jiang Chen must admit that he was envious. "You don't understand," Lilith answered in her emotionless state, "it's not the game that is fun, but the players who participate in the game." Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched. That's the fun part. He was curious why players were interesting for Lilith. However, it may not sound too great. In her eyes, the players were probably no different than white rats in the laboratory. After all, in her perspective, a troublesome creature like humans could only offer values by contributing to experimental data. Very contradictory thoughts. On the one hand, she possessed the desire to have a body that can integrate into human society, and on the other hand, she maintained the stubbornness of an advanced artificial intelligence. Perhaps this contradiction was part of the attributes of an advanced artificial intelligence. Don't just play. Since you have so much free time, come and help me do something, Jiang Chen said. Correct what you just said, Lilith said blankly. I have helped you process 117.8 GB of files in the past 72 hours, which is equivalent to your normal workload for a month. From any perspective of analysis, my attitude is enough to be considered diligent. In contrast, you seem to be freer because you just move your tongue. That much? Jiang Chen awkwardly touched his nose after being scoffed by Lilith. I haven't counted the workload of helping you upgrade the server, Lilith said with clear evidence to back up her words. To prevent you from forgetting, I have to remind you. This is your war, not my war. You are right. Lilith sat up and looked at Jiang Chen. So, tell me, what do you need me to do? Oh. Jiang Chen looked at her, somewhat confused. I didn't say I won't help you, Lilith shrugged, and said solemnly, I just corrected your allegations. Well, when the program learns to think, it is indeed troublesome. He sorted out the words in his head, coughed, and then said. Future Technology is currently planning a large-scale space-themed VR MMORPG. The main selling points are probably space colonization, starships, trade, mining, technology tree. At present, the development is close to half complete. The latest update is that the game completed the import of the astronomical data from the Celestial Trade Space Department. So, are you interested in developing games? Designing a large-scale VR MMORPG with a space theme was discussed and implemented as early as last year. In addition to the consideration of the current trend, the VR MMORPG also served a political purpose. For example, to promote the current space colonization of celestial trade, to ignite pupils' enthusiasm for the space industry, and to improve the tactical theory of starship battles in a virtual environment. These political goals would not be explicitly stated, but it would be integrated into the game in subtle ways. Of course, for artificial intelligence, designing a game that people love from the beginning may be a little difficult. However, with the game plan already completed, she could easily finish the programming elements. Interest, no. But based on your description, this should be easy for me, Lilith, still with the helmet on, said emotionlessly. Then please and thank you, Jiang Chen said immediately. How long will this take? From his standpoint, he naturally hoped as early as possible. Depends on the workload, Lilith said. A week at most, but 1 or 2 days if I'm quick. If you can make your people give me as much detail about the game as possible, it can alleviate a lot of my workload. You can rest assured. We have the best game design team in the world. Jiang Chen responded with a bright smile. By the end of the day after tomorrow at the latest, my team will put together all the information and hand it over to Xiaoxiu. Lilith nodded. After he explained this, he had no reason to stay. After Jiang Chen glanced at the time on his watch, he thought that there were still a few things to deal with, so he stepped towards the entrance. Lilith saw Jiang Chen was about to leave, so she suddenly spoke out. Are you planning to leave? There are 2 meetings I have to attend to in the afternoon, Jiang Chen said, checking the time on his watch. I have to go to the office in a bit. Do you want to stay here? I will go with you. Lilith jumped off from the chair, put on her slippers, and patted her slightly wrinkled dress. Since Lilith had no intention of taking off her helmet, Jiang Chen said as he facepalmed, Is it really okay for you to leave while wearing a helmet? Lilith responded with another question. Is there an issue? Although it was full of issues from Jiang Chen's perspective, he decided against the idea. It was time to go.